Hello everyone, welcome to the stream. I need to adjust the game volume, hold on. Alright, today we're going to be playing HighFleet, which is an indie game about, how do I describe this? You are in command of a fleet of ships. And it's actually a fleet of airships, so it's not a naval game. But let's just get into the prologue, because I want to show the art style, the art direction, and like the general style of the game. So I've already played this game quite a bit, but we're going to start a new game with the tutorial and the prologue on. So here we have a message delivered to the player character. To Tarkan of the 3rd Task Force, GD Sayadi. On my order, proceed to Kalu at once and meet with Prince Ilau Fazil. By imperial decree, you are to represent the crown in talks with the prince. Commander of the 1st Squadron, Admiral Dodd. So right away we see the kind of art style this game is aiming for here. So this looks like it's printed on a piece of paper. And even though we have like the advanced technology to make airships and such, a lot of stuff is still done like printed paper, electromechanical computers and so on. And we also have this Russian text here, or Cyrillic. I don't actually know what this says. But the game follows a bit of a Soviet aesthetic, and it takes place kind of in a country that's like fantasy Afghanistan. So it doesn't take place on Earth, or at least not Earth as we know it. But so we have this Soviet style paper orders here, and this will just be the general style of the entire game. The Great Desert of Gerat. An ancient kingdom ruled over this land long ago, until it was torn apart by strife and internecine war. The last king of Gerat swore allegiance to the Romani Empire. So the Romani Empire... Hold on, let me adjust the volume again. The Romani Empire is the empire that the player character is a part of. You are like an admiral or a prince in the Romani Empire, and you are sent to conquer this land known as the Kingdom of Gerat. And Gerat is, as I said, based kind of off of Afghanistan. So the Soviet aesthetic and the Afghani aesthetic means this is kind of reminiscent of the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan. But well, we'll see how this works out, because it didn't work out that well in real life. This land seems to be doomed to bear the burden of war for all time. 7 years ago, an imperial official, the Lord Governor of Khiva, overthrew the king and declared a rebellion against the emperor's rule. So the Lord Governor of Khiva is like the main antagonist of this game. He has rebelled against the king and kind of threw the entire Kingdom of Gerat into rebellion against the Romani Empire. Our job as the player is to put down this rebellion and bring the Kingdom of Gerat back under Romani control. And now our turn has come. We have come to Gerat to end this for once and for all. So we can see this almost like diesel punk vehicle design here in a massive desert with airplanes flying overhead. This will be like, this is the main aesthetic of the game, and I really like how it looks. So we have this officer on our ship. Wake up, Tarkan. The city of Eli is on the horizon. Our long journey is finally behind us. Everyone is eager to hear you give the orders to land. So this is the tutorial for the game, and we're just going to introduce like the main mechanics here. So we're going to land in the city of Eli. And this is like the strategic view that you spend a lot of time in the game in. So this dot right here represents our entire fleet right now. If we go to the side here, we can actually see the ships that are in our fleet. So we have 4 ships right now, which includes 3 Navarin class ships and 1 ship called a Wanderer. So this is all the ships we have right now. We're just going to land in the city of Eli. The strategic view gives you this real-time pause ability. So we're going to unpause the game and watch the ship land. You can barely see it right now, but there are actually multiple dots and multiple smoke trails coming off of this main white circle. Those are actually our ships as seen from the strategic view. So now we are over the city of Eli and we are landing. Yeah, we've landed here, and now we can use this lever to actually enter the city. Now, this entire HUD right here is kind of grayed out essentially, but we're going to learn what all these elements are over time. And you will need to use pretty much everything here to actually play the game effectively. And again, this aesthetic here is kind of like a diesel punk electromechanical stuff. It is very reminiscent of the inside of Soviet aircraft. If you've ever seen like the cockpit of a MiG-21, for example, there's all these steel panels and cables going everywhere, glass dials. And all of these elements will be introduced over the course of the tutorial, and some of that will be introduced later on in the game. But for right now, we're going to land in the city of Eli and interact with the locals here. So, we need to actually land our ship. So this is a landing mini game that you'll have to use several times throughout the game. So we only have to land one of them. So we're just going to take this Navarin cruiser and actually land it in the ship port of the city. And so we have our first actual like real-time gameplay here, where we land the ship. So this it's kind of like a lunar lander or a Kerbal Space Program. You just have to get the ship onto the ground without crashing, and it's physics-based, so you have to make sure to control your momentum and speed correctly. And we have this lever here labeled General Alarm. This is what starts the actual landing sequence. So now we have the ship that's descending.
Beginning final approach. Fire reverse thruster.
We have this HUD here that shows us our altitude and our current speed. And we also have this overlay that shows our ship in like a zoomed out view. And now we just need to land somewhere on the ground over here. You can see the ship icon is rapidly approaching the ground. We need to slow down and land.
100 meters. Throwing it ready. Touchdown confirmed.
And there we go. A nice simple landing without really no complications there. Yeah, don't get used to that because the landing becomes much more difficult later in the game. The humming of the pump drives suddenly dies down. The ship comes to a stop. You prepare to descend the ramp, accompanied by a small group of officers and your personal guard. The uncertainty that awaits you outside fills you with unease. A small group of people are waiting patiently for you at the bottom of the ramp. Their leader is a dignified nobleman surrounded by bodyguards. So, the Admiral sent you to talk to me, Tarkin. And this is the mysterious stranger that we are now meeting. We have 2 dialogue options here. Some other stuff that doesn't matter right now. And we can choose one of these options. That is correct. I'm here to discuss your involvement in the liberation of Gerat. Or we can say, my name is Mark Sayadi, Grand Duke Sayadi. Oh, and we have these like tooltips here to give more context for all the dialogue and vocabulary that you need to learn to actually understand the story. So Sayadi is the family of the player character. They are one of the royal families in the Romani Empire. And Gerat is, of course, the territory that we are trying to conquer and pacify right now. So we have 2 options here. I don't think for this either one of these matter. But let's start by just introducing ourselves. My name is Mark Sayadi. And this game has very like fantasy Russian and Afghani names. I think it's quite funny that your player character is named Mark. It seems kind of mundane compared to everything else. So I'll go with this choice. My name is Mark Sayadi, Grand Duke Sayadi. I see. Forgive my indiscretion, Grand Duke. I've never had the pleasure of meeting you before. We just gained like a relationship point with this guy. Oh yeah, because we're Romani, he now thinks better of us because he actually likes the Romani. Think nothing of it. I'm sure the two heirs to Elat's oldest monarchies can find something to talk about. The prince nods politely. I'm here to discuss your involvement in the liberation of Gerat. Liberation? We've been at war with the Gathering for over 7 years, and I still have yet to recover my father's throne, and now His Imperial Majesty's admirals mean to retake it in a single week. So the Gathering is the rebellion group that's trying to make Gerat independent from the Romani Empire. So that is the main antagonist faction here. The Gathering of Great Houses is an assembly of Romani dynasties that supported the uprising against the Emperor. Indeed they do, and I believe they'll succeed. 2, perhaps they will. I think it's better to answer this prompt confidently, so I'll go with, indeed they do, and I believe they'll succeed. Ooh, he doesn't like that. Apparently he doesn't like cockiness. My people cannot match the strength of the Gathering fleet. We have but a single corvette for each of their heavy cruisers. And we can choose, your people have fought bravely all these years, or the 1st and 2nd Imperial squadrons will surely tip the scales. So let's go with complimenting this guy, because we do need to be diplomatic with all the people that we talk to here. And that usually means somehow convincing them to like us and support us. So we're going to go with complimenting his people here. Your people have fought bravely all these years. And he responded well to that. Aye, but even if, by the Almighty's mercy, the admirals land their ships in Khiva, what do you imagine will happen next? So Khiva is like the main city that we're trying to capture here. It's like the center of the rebellion. So Khiva is the main city in northern Gerat. The Lord Governor of the city was the one who began rebellion against the Romani Empire. So what do you imagine will happen when they land in Khiva? It's too early to say. That isn't up to me. Gerat will return to the crown's rule. So we need to choose the best option that would make this guy happy. And what we plan to do when we capture the city and basically end the rebellion. So let's go with it's too early to say. Now he didn't like that answer, but we're going to continue. I will help you meet with the Tarkans of Gerat. Perhaps some of them may become your allies in this war. A Tarkan is an officer of the Imperial Fleet. Tarkans command the operational groups in a squadron. So you, the player character, are a Tarkan, and you're going to meet several other Tarkans along the way. They are officers in the Imperial Fleet. They're kind of like local warlords as well, who command some amount of military force in the areas that they have control over. So when you meet a Tarkan, you have the option to go through this diplomacy dialogue here, and if you convince them to like you, the Tarkan will join you and give you access to several ships and several other abilities as well. So you need to be able to speak diplomatically with everyone you meet, convince them to join your cause, and then you will have their additional power to help you fight the rebellion. So we're going to continue with this dialogue here. The Tarkan of Kalu is a good friend of mine. If you can come to an understanding with him, I'm confident he will be a worthy ally. Worthy allies are exactly what we need right now. It's a shame we had to meet in such troubled times, Duke. I wouldn't expect that to bother you, Prince. Or the fleet has never had anything but troubled times. I'm going to go with the first one. Whatever do you mean, Duke? The Alimes are hardly ever bothered by the troubles of the Romani. This is a time of great opportunity for men like us. So, there's no tooltip here, but Alayim is like the ethnic group that lives in Gerat. So this man, Prince Faisal, is an Alayim person, and most of the people you meet will also be Alayims. And they will have their own opinions on whether or not to support an independent Gerat or supporting the Romani Empire to take over Gerat. And a lot of that would be based on whether or not they are Alayim or Romani, and that will just affect the diplomatic options you have when speaking to them. So this man is Alayim, and I think we should go with option 1 here. The Alimes are hardly ever bothered by the troubles of the Romani. No, he didn't like that. My father swore allegiance to the Romani Emperor, but it seems you hold us in low regard, Duke. Alright, so I already messed that up several times, but this is just a tutorial and it doesn't actually matter that much whether you succeed or fail at those dialogue choices here. So now we are in this city. We can see that our ship has landed on these landing pads back here, and we also see this cityscape in the foreground here. And the only thing that's really of interest to us right now is the ability to buy supplies for our fleet. So we go here, we meet this merchant who sells fuel, which we can use to, which is necessary to go to other cities as well. From here we can buy, okay, we just need to buy enough fuel to fill our tanks to 100%. We also have the option to buy ammo for our ships here, but I'll get to that later. So right now we're just going to buy fuel. Costs us a little bit of money to get 377 tons of fuel. And then we can simply go back here. So order executed Admiral Dodd. This man is not Admiral Dodd, but he's an officer on our ship. So he asks us, so are we heading for Kalu now? Indeed, we will depart as soon as we are ready. Or, Pyotr, why did Dodd choose us to meet with the prince? Okay, so this man here is named Pyotr. Dodd is the admiral that we are working for right now. So we're going to ask Pyotr to explain Dodd's choice for us. The prince has nothing left with which to fight the gathering. These talks are a mere formality. As for the admirals, they're eager to reach northern Gerat as soon as possible. But they'll have to take Ur first. Ur is a city that we need to capture during the tutorial section. So you're saying that Dodd was just trying to get rid of me. The campaign has only just begun, Duke. I'm confident that you will have ample opportunity to prove yourself. We've got the fuel, but it'll be some time before our ships are done refueling. Very well, I will wait. Okay, so this is an important mechanic, is that it takes time to refuel your ship, and it takes time to repair them. And it may not be that important right now, but it becomes very important later on whenever you have like enemy groups that are approaching you, but you need to fuel up your ships first. It takes a significant amount of time to fill them up from zero. So while we're not under pressure here right now, so we can just use the fast forward feature of the strategic view to speed up the fueling. The ships are done refueling, we're ready to fly. Your orders? Give the order to take off, I'll choose our destination. What about the fuel, Pyotr Ignatyevich? What do you think about this entire expedition, General? So I'm going to ask Pyotr to give his opinion. Here, to the south of Gerat, they have nothing but the old corvettes commanded by local dukes. Ur will surely fall, it's only a matter of time. I didn't ask you about Ur, General. I am but an aide to His Excellency. It isn't my place to question orders. Still, what do you think? If I may, Tarkan, our numbers are thin. Even if Dodd and Skobelev join their squadrons, I fear it won't be enough to take Khiva. And yet you agreed to join this campaign. You're an infantry general, not a fleet officer. Why did you volunteer for this? Yeah, so this guy, General Pyotr, is not actually like an admiral of a fleet, but an infantry officer. What do you think, Duke? And then we have choices here. I think you're a brave officer who wanted to be where you're needed most. Because Admiral Dodd is a friend of yours, you sought to help him. Or, you must have volunteered to support me in this new position. My father asked you to assist me, didn't he? I'll go with the first one. It says you're a brave officer who wanted to be where you're needed most. Pyotr Ignatyevich responds only with a smile. Very well. Order the takeoff. I'll choose our destination once we're in the air. To set the destination, okay, that just tells us how to fly to the next city using the right mouse button. So, now we have enough fuel here to reach the next city, just barely, by the way, which is the city of Shimri. So now we can take off from our ship and fly to the next city. And since there's no threat facing us right now, we're just going to take off directly and go to the city. And fast forward the entire trip. Okay, so this red ring surrounding the city is sort of an alert zone. That means that, well, okay, we're not going to deal with that right now. But there are ships defending the city, which we need to respond to right now. So now we're going to enter combat. It's the same controls as landing. We have WASD to move. And we also have left and right mouse button to fire. We can choose, we have 4 ships here. 3 of them are combat ships, the Navarin class. And then one of them is not really a combat ship, the Wanderer. So we do not want to put the Wanderer into combat if we can help it. Our enemies here are these 3 smaller ships called the Courageous class. These should be pretty easy to fight. So we have a Navarin. We should honestly be able to destroy all of these while taking minimal damage. So we're just going to go into battle right now. So this is what the actual battle screen looks like. See, these ships are shooting back at us, but they have relatively weak autocannons compared to our, like, more powerful naval cannons here. So we should be able to take these guys out pretty quickly.
Target destroyed.
Retreat available. This is a mechanic. If you're doing badly in a fight, you can retreat and possibly escape with some of your ships still intact, but we don't need that right now. However, we do want to avoid touching the retreat point accidentally, because that will just ruin our day. We've taken out all ships and we've taken minimal damage there. So we can see in the bottom left of the screen, this is an info like an info box that shows the current status of our ship. We have some parts here, they're tinted red, which means they've received some damage, but most of the ship is still gray, which means undamaged. All in all, this is relatively light damage to get away from, and that means the next time we land at a city, or rather, when we land at this city, we're going to have to repair the ship and spend some extra time waiting for the repairs to finish. But that was a successful battle. Noob, 90 level in the chat, simple point and click. Yeah, the combat in the game is relatively simple, but it still ends up being rather chaotic whenever you're fighting multiple ships at the same time. And later on, they're going to be firing missiles at you or firing specialty ammo, and it just becomes a lot more difficult to deal with there. But thank you for joining the stream. So we just captured the city of Shimmery. We have some damage that we need to repair to our ships, and we're going to land on the landing bay again to repair our damage. Oh, never mind. I guess for the tutorial section, they just repair all damage automatically. But we're just going to land again anyways because we need to land here.
Beginning final approach. Fire reverse thrusters. 500 meters. 300 meters. 100 meters. Everyone get ready. Touchdown confirmed.
There we go.
That's the landing. Good work, everyone.
Oh, that text that came up that says repair speed plus 5%. Depending on where you land on the landing base, you can get different repair speeds, and that will come important later on. Okay, Tarkan, sir, we have an opportunity to replenish missiles on our ships. I highly recommend we do so. Very well, I'll handle it. So, okay, so this introduced the ships works area where we can. This is all the ships that are in the city right now. The landing minigame is actually optional, so you don't need to land every single ship in order to repair them, but it does give you the repair speed bonus, which is why you, most of the time you probably won't need to land anything here, but it's still something you need to do to if you need repairs urgently. So anyways, all the ships that we landed or did not land here are available to do repairs on. So this is the roster of all ships in your squadron, sir. Move down to the screen's ship's maintenance panel. And then we can purchase new missiles here, which we can install on the ship. You can install more missiles on other ships in a similar fashion. Okay, so this just tells you how you can replenish the missiles on your ships. We may as well do that for the other ones as well. There we go. So all of our ships are now restocked with all their missiles, and the Wanderer does not carry missiles, so we don't actually need to do anything here. And okay, so this tells us the repair schedule of the ships. Installing all those missiles is going to take 3.5 hours of in-game time. It's going to cost 3,600 gold. That's pretty light repair bill there, so that's all fine. Oh, the Wanderer does in fact have missiles. It actually carries 4 missiles right there, so we're going to add that to the repair as well. Okay, so now that we have that, we're going to exit repair screen, and this will repair on the game clock, but we have to like go back to the strategic view and like actually use the fast forward mechanic to go through it. So we need to purchase more fuel here to go to Kalu. Just enough to actually get there. We still don't need to buy any specialty ammo, so we're gonna ignore that. Tarkan, sir, I've just reported our progress to the Admiral. He is satisfied. The Admiral treats me like a clueless child. He seems to have forgotten that I'm the son of his liege, the Emperor. The capital is far away. Until we return, Admiral Dodd is the one in command. He leads the squadron, and you, Duke, are a Tarkan in his squadron. We'll depart as soon as we're ready. So Admiral Dodd is technically in charge here, but really the player is in charge of pretty much everything in the game. So now we have to wait for the ship to refuel and also for the repairs to happen, and then we can proceed to the last city of Kalu, where our objective here is meet with the Tarkan. Squadron is done refueling, we're ready to go. Good, I'll set the destination. So actually, this is one more element on the HUD. This clock right here in the upper right corner, that just shows you how fast the game clock is progressing right now. And when we fast forward, if we take off right now, we won't be able to repair the ships in full. Okay, we need to continue waiting for these ships to repair, which is going to take 2.7 hours. So we're going to fast forward here. And there we go, the repairs are finished, and now we can take off and go complete this objective. So again, there's another enemy garrison defending this city. Okay, it teaches us afterburners with the shift button. So that just makes your engines more powerful at the cost of overheating your engines and possibly causing damage to. Well, it doesn't cause damage. It causes your engines to overheat and shut down if you use too much afterburner. So curses, enemy air defense spotted. Focus on the enemy ships. We will capture the ground vehicles once the battle is over. And watch out for missiles. Okay, so one of the enemies we're fighting right now is this surface-to-air missile system. This is just a ground vehicle that's going to lob missiles at us the entire time. And the airships that we're fighting are the Sloggers, which are a little more dangerous than the Courageous that we fought last time. But it should be easy enough to fight them right now, especially since we have 6 missiles available to fight with. So we're going to launch one missile at... Oh yeah, missile tutorial. The ship is armed with missiles. Press space to launch a missile. A salvo of 2 or 3 missiles from afar tends to be particularly effective. I disagree with that. 2 or 3 missiles is very wasteful, and I'd rather not use more than 1 missile per ship. Just because missiles in this game are really... they're very valuable because you burn through them quite quickly and they often miss. So you need to use your missiles wisely. It's kind of like FTL, faster than light. So you just, missiles are a valuable resource, and you really should not be wasting them by firing 2 or 3 missiles at a single ship. Yeah, so missiles are a finite ammo.
Enemy has been destroyed.
Meanwhile, the main guns we have fire explosive shells, which are completely free to use. Oh, I just took a bunch of hits there.
Missile away. Overheating.
Okay, the ground system just fired a missile at us. We need to dodge it by using flares and maneuvering out of the way. I just used up both missiles that are on this airship that I'm controlling, so I can only use guns right now. Unless I retreat and pick out a different ship to fight, but I'm going to try to use guns for right now.
Engine overheating. The fuel system is burning.
Okay, we just took a hit from that missile on the ground, so we actually took some serious damage, and we are currently on fire here. So we need to press B to activate the fire suppression system. And we only have one fire suppression system on the ship, so once we use that, we cannot extinguish any more fires.
Target destroyed.
There we go, we managed to take out the last ship, and the ground vehicle we don't have to worry about. So again, we took some more serious damage there. We used up the FSS, but I think that refills for free. I'm not sure about that. But basically, as we fight more advanced enemies, it's going to become harder and harder to fight them, especially when we're having missiles fired at us. And we took out 2 of those enemy ships with missiles, so missiles are quite powerful, but again, they are expensive. You don't want to use them wastefully. So our ships gain experience from each fight. So this one we just gained level 2 promotion, and we can select like a perk to help us. So we can make the ship 20% more maneuverable in combat, or the ship's cruising range is increased by 30%. Let's go with the more maneuverable in combat. So we've just taken out the defenses at Kalu, and now we can land here, and our goal is to meet with the Tarkan. So the Tarkan is actually in the city. He's potentially friendly if we pass the diplomacy check with him again. Okay, this time our ship did sustain damage, which was not freely repaired, so we need to land this ship in a repair bay so we can repair it quickly. So I'm going to try to land on these in this repair bay in the bottom that is marked 31, because that will give us a 31% repair speed bonus.
300 meters.
If I landed in these other areas, I would only get a 20% bonus, so 31 is better here when you want to repair quickly.
Touchdown confirmed. Success. Thanks for your hard work.
What a stunning dogfight, Duke. Were you aware of the hostile anti-air defenses in Kalu, Prince? No, I was not. The Tarkan is expecting you, Duke. And indeed, there is a delegation awaiting you by the ship. So this is the guy we're meeting, the local Tarkan, Imlan Harish. A tall man steps forward. He is wearing the armor of a Harishid. Former guardsman of the King of Gerat, some Harishids now serve the Lord Governor. Others have taken refuge in the vast desert of Gerat, so he's like a bodyguard. In the name of Ishu, peace be with you. Ishu is the central figure of the Romani religion and a point of contention in Gerat. Some Alimes accept the existence of Ishu, while others reject him outright. So these are just another diplomatic option you have, is to be in favor of or opposed to the local religion. Or actually the Romani religion. The locals are not, I guess, not fully on board with the worship of Ishu. In the name of Empire, I welcome you. Who's in charge here? So if this man is a Harishid, who is the guard of the King of Gerat, he's probably loyal to the King of Gerat, and the king was loyal to the Romani Empire. So in the name of the Empire, this might be the correct choice here. Oh, and also it makes our own people happy if we do a pro-Romani greeting here. So this man is in favor of the Romani Empire, and it helps our fleet out because our fleet wanted us to give the pro-Romani greeting here. And he responds, "Peace be upon you, my lord. I am Imlan Harish, Doyen of Kalu." Doyen is just like the local ruler or local leader. Not exactly the same as a Tarkan, but this guy is, I guess, both Tarkan and Doyen. "I'm looking for allies to wage war on Kiva. Will you join us?" And this is the actual main diplomacy thing here. So before we had these dialogue options, but now we have this diplomacy minigame. So we have various topics that we can talk about to influence his opinion of us, and also we can give him gifts, which will again influence his opinion with us and help us in other ways with the diplomacy. So we know this guy is pro-Romani, and he's a bodyguard. He's carrying around a sword and armor, so he's possibly also a favor of using military force, which is represented by the gilded dagger here. But we also know he's pro-Romani, so we know he would be in favor of receiving the Empire Cross, which is, I guess, a medal that we're just going to award him, which is going to increase his opinion of us. But gifts are one-time use. You have to actually collect them before you can use them, and sort of want to save these for whenever you really need them. Speeches are completely free. Well, okay, they're not free. You have a limited number of times you can use a speech or a gift. So we're going to go with... we're going to look at the speech options here. Of ending this war and why this must be done, or a speech of how the weak appeal to justice to undermine the strong. So, of ending this war and why this must be done, that means he's probably, if he was opposed to using military force, like if he was in favor of peace, he would probably respond well to this speech. But instead, he's probably in favor of military force, so we need to talk about how the weak appeal to justice to undermine the strong. Nope, he is very much in favor of appealing to justice because he values the law. Okay, so there are multiple axes that you need to worry about when doing diplomacy. They're shown here, actually. Fear, Gerat, which is whether they like the Kingdom of Gerat. Romani, which is whether they like the Romani Empire. Faith, which is religion. Order, which is whether they like law and order. Force, which is whether they appreciate military force. Wealth, which is whether they personally like being wealthy. And kindness, which is whether they are kind or not. So we know that he greatly values the law, so a speech about undermining justice was not, or a speech about undermining the strong was not a good choice there. So we don't know that much else about him, but we know that he likes order, and he likes the Romani. So if we give a speech about the coming decline of the Romani Empire, he won't be happy about that. If we give a speech of the fact that this is no time for philanthropy, that would be good if he was opposed to kindness. Now he was very much in favor of kindness, so we just get another bad diplomacy option here. We have a lot of speech options now. But let's give him a Empire Cross. It'll hopefully improve his opinion of us. No, we did not. Okay, so even though he is pro-Romani, he didn't actually like the Empire Cross that much, so that didn't help us. Of the Romani Empire and how the Alimes needed to survive. We know he's at least pro-Romani, so this should be a good speech. No, it's... oh god. I don't actually remember how these dialogue options work, so that was actually an anti-Gerat speech, which he doesn't like, so... now I'm just messing up this diplomacy here very badly. Okay, we know he values kindness, so the woes of people and how you wish to aid them, that's pro-kindness, so that was actually something he likes. Let's give him a gilded dagger. I think he appreciates military force. Yes. He greatly values force, so he likes the dagger, and that means he'll like other stuff about, like, using military force to conquer Gerat, I guess. Of ending the war and why this must be done. Of injustice seen throughout Gerat. I think that'll work well with his greatly values law. Now, we know this is a bad choice, and of how Sayadi is a good friend and a fearsome foe. So this would be a good choice if he feared us, but we don't actually know if he fears us. We're going to go with injustice seen throughout Gerat. He likes that because he values law. So now we're in the positive instead of the negative like last time. Oh, and when you chain multiple good speeches together, you get bonuses. So we still have an opportunity here to get us higher bonuses. He's pro-Romani, so he wouldn't like that. Dangers of faith and superstition it brings. We don't know whether he's in favor of or against religion. So I'm not going to risk that. And we know this is a bad choice, so I don't want to do that either. We already have 1 star on the like meter, so he is already favorable towards us. We don't need to get more stars, but it is nice to have use later on, but we're going to end the talks for right now. Well said, Duke. This was a pleasant talk, Duke. So, what have you decided? Will you join us? I will gladly join you, Grand Duke. I want to meet other Tarkans. Do you know where to find them? There aren't any Tarkans around here, Duke. I've never heard of any. Okay, so that just tells us if there are other Tarkans in nearby cities, which isn't relevant right now. So that's perfectly fine. Thank you, I appreciate it. And we have a new character to join us, Imlan Harish. And a new ship, the Gladiator. And he also gave us a bunch of money. Tarkan, sir. Some of our ships are in need of repair, and the city has a shipyard. We would do well to repair them here. I'll handle it at once. Okay, so again, we took some damage on the ship during the last battle, so we need to repair it. All you need to do is give the order to repair the ship. However, it will not be possible to complete the repairs if we don't have the necessary spare parts. Okay, so we can only repair the ship if we have spare parts available, which this shipyard does, so we have no problem repairing ships right now. So this bar just lets us control how much of the ship is repaired, which is useful if you want to do like hastily repair your ship later on when you're in battle but you're still under time pressure. But right now we're not under time pressure, so we can just set this bar to maximum and repair everything. And it doesn't actually take that much to repair it, I guess because we have access to spare parts right now. So we just need to refuel again. Actually, I don't know if we even need to refuel here. Oh yeah, we need to reach the city of Ur, which is, we don't have nearly enough fuel to reach there, so I'm not sure what we need to do here. Receiving a transmission from Dodd. Admiral Dodd Sharif Ramatovich is the commander of the 1st Squadron. He also happens to be your immediate superior. Okay, so we're receiving a transmission from Dodd. At last. And we have another telegram here. To Tarkan of 3rd Task Force, GD Sayadi. On my order, seize the city of Melka and await our main forces there. Commander of 1st Squadron, Admiral Dodd. It seems Dodd is reluctant to assault Melka with the bulk of his forces. He's sending us ahead in case they have anti-air defenses ready. This means this is our chance to get into the thick of things. I kind of disagree with that. It sounds like more like he's using us as cannon fodder, but whatever. So we're refueling and departing for Melka. Affirmative. Alright, so that just added a new city to our map, which is Melka, which we will have enough range to actually reach there. So that's no problem now. Just kidding, it's actually a huge problem because you don't have enough range to begin with. Okay. I don't know why I didn't refuel completely back then, but whatever. Okay, now we have enough fuel to reach the city of Melka. However, we are still repairing the ship that took damage there, so we're going to just fast forward until the repairs are completed. There we go. Okay, hold on. This red ring around the circle, or around the city, is a sort of alert radius. So if your ship crosses in here, and if your ship is highly visible, it will alert the enemies inside the city. And I want to see if we can avoid that right now by sending out just a handful of ships, which is less visible, and hopefully it allows us to be stealthy. So we can select a subset of our ships to send forward right now. So this fleet I just sent out consists of a Gladiator and a Navarin. Oh, it doesn't matter right now. Whatever. Alright, that will be useful later on, but I guess it's too early for that to matter. That just describes the shooting system in the game. You can like save up ammo over multiple shots to and fire a volley of shots instead of just a very slow trickle of reloading. But that's not important right now. Okay, so we have all of our ships now, and we're going to fight against a Navarin, a Slogger, and a Scarab. And we actually have a new ship, which is the Gladiator, which is actually much better in a fight than the Navarins we had before. So we're going to start off with a Gladiator as our first ship in the lineup. The Gladiator does have missiles, so let's launch a missile right now.
Kill confirmed. Kill confirmed.
Dodging this missile with flares, but it didn't work. Even with flares, sometimes missiles will still hit you, but luckily the Gladiator has a lot of armor, so that's not a bad hit yet.
Kill confirmed.
There we go, we took out all the ships here, and we only took minor damage. Well, okay, that's not minor damage, but it's not crippling damage. So, just captured the city of Melka, which is on our way to the city of Ur. We're just going to land here to repair.
Beginning final approach.
There's a landing bay at the bottom, which has 58% repair bonus, so I'm going to land there.
500 meters. 300 meters.
This landing bay is a bit tricky because it's kind of in this lowered section in between these other ones. You want to avoid hitting those vertical walls because that will damage your ship further.
Touchdown confirmed. Landing complete.
So we got the 58% landing speed bonus, or repair speed bonus. That'll make it faster to repair the ship. We launched both missiles here, and this city does not have missiles available to repair our ship, so we cannot restock these missiles. But at least we can repair the ship. Again, there's not enough fuel to actually reach the city of Ur, so there's probably going to be another story event before we can reach that city. Oh, this is a game save. HighFleet is like a roguelike, so you can't just, well, at higher difficulties, you can't just reload and save whenever you want. You actually have to hit these reload points, which are an in-game, like, reward before you can actually, like, reload a game from a known safe point. Otherwise, it only reloads your most recent save, which is just whatever city you're currently at. It's like it prevents you from save scumming, so it does enforce some roguelike mechanics here. The watch reports a squadron approaching. Understood, I'm on my way. Piotr, Grand Duke. Admiral. So this is Admiral Dodd, the guy who's in charge of our fleet. Well, you have my congratulations, gentlemen. The campaign has proven to be a success so far. And I am confident, Admiral, that we owe this success to the Duke's talents. The Admiral looks at you without saying a word. How did your talks with Prince Faisal go? I hope you followed your orders to the letter. Affirmative, Admiral. Or, I think you underestimate the Prince. Let's just say affirmative. Good. Our next target is the city of Ur. We will join Skobalev's squadron there and begin our advance towards northern Gerat. You've proven your mettle, Grand Duke. I will entrust you with the mission to seize Ur by force. The cruiser Diana and several Intrepid-class frigates will be transferred to your command. Thank you for your confidence, Admiral. Good. I shall not detain you any longer, then. Pyotr Ignatyevich, Grand Duke. Okay, so he just gave us access to several ships, and this unlocks several more mechanics for us. So, hold on. We can look at the ships here on this panel on the right. We have Intrepid, which is just some medium-sized ships, and the Nomad, which is a cruiser. So cruisers are, like, they're not really direct combat ships, but they're very important to your fleet. And this one is very important because it has a radar, which adds this panel in the top left corner. So, radar mechanics get very complicated in this game. Obviously, the main purpose of radar is to detect enemy ships from a distance, but when you turn your radar on, enemy ships can also detect you. In fact, they can detect you for much longer than you can detect them, because they will have passive radar sensors that will just passive sensors will detect whenever your radar is scanning them. If you've ever read a Tom Clancy novel about naval combat, this might be a concept that's familiar to you. The counterplay between radar and passive radar, and okay, so the main takeaway is that using passive radar, they can detect you much further than your active radar can detect them, which means it's actually a bit of a trade-off as to whether or not you can turn your radar on without being detected by the enemy. So actually, I don't think it matters for right now, but for most of the game, you actually want to turn your radar off. So you stop emitting radar emissions, and it makes it harder for the enemy to detect you. But eventually you will need to turn it on, which will turn on the sweep pattern, allowing you to detect nearby ships. When I say nearby, I mean within radar range, which is represented by this circle right here. The radar range on your ships is about 750 kilometers. And there are often 1,000 or more kilometers between cities, so your radar does not have very long range in the grand scheme of things, but it's still a useful component of combat. But let's just leave the radar on for right now. So here we have like two options of cities to go to. We can go to Hamat or Kushan, and then we can seize the city of Ur. Okay, so the only difference between these cities is these little symbol next to the name. Hamat has this wrench icon, which is a shipyard where you can repair ships faster. And Kushan has this currency symbol, I guess. I don't know what that is. Which just means that you have rare modules. So you can buy, like, valuable and rare ship components at the rare modules merchants. So every city in the game will have one of these bonuses attached to it. And rare modules are, of course, very important because these are the only cities where you can restock your missiles. So we're going to go to Kushan and try to capture this city and hopefully get some more missiles from there. Oh, sorry, it wants to force me to go inside the city for some reason. We have enough fuel. We already have the repairs for the Gladiator queued up. Okay, we actually need it. Oh, there we go. Oh, that's what it was trying to do. Okay. Okay, it's introducing a new mechanic here, which is intercepting enemy radio transmissions. So this is another mini game that we need to play. The enemy sends out radio transmissions to each other to communicate, and we have the ability to intercept some of them and find some intelligence about the enemy, about where they are or where they're headed. But we actually have to play this interception minigame to actually get there. So first off, we need to find the correct frequency of the radio contact, which you just use this dial to switch through different frequencies. Once we have the correct frequency, we now need to get the bearing on the radio. And that allows us to intercept the communication. Okay, this speech bubble is actually kind of interfering with reading this, but whatever. We just received a radio communication. Capella. Position 2159, 4544, average speed 120, en route Kushan. Okay, so that means that there's someone heading towards the city of Kushan right now. They do give us these coordinates here, which we can actually use to find out its exact position right now, but that's not important. So Piotr says it's a transmission from the enemy strike group and it's uncoded. Now we know their bearing and destination. Yeah, so this is an enemy strike group that's heading towards Kushan, which is the city that we were planning to head to. So that's actually a problem, because we do not want to run into the enemy strike group right now. So strike groups are powerful enemy ship formations that hunt you. The best course of action is to avoid them at all costs. Where are they going? The Admiral asks, and we know they're en route Kushan. So we tell him... I don't know why you would say Hamat. I guess if you misunderstood the transmission, he was going to correct you, or I guess you could just lie to the Admiral, I don't know. But we're going to say they're going to Kushan. Excellent, we'll outmaneuver them. Now Duke, take the ships and go to Ur by way of Hamat. We'll take off as soon as we're ready, Admiral. Okay, so we have 2.5 hours for repairs. We're going to fast forward that. Okay, actually the repairs finished before the refueling, so we need to wait for the fuel. Okay, our fuel tanks are full. Just ignore this extra fuel laying right here. Doesn't matter. There's a strike group heading towards Kushan right now, so it's actually a good idea to turn off the radar. Because they have passive radar and they can know our position if we have our radar on carelessly. So we're just going to turn it off and then head towards Hamat. So the strike group probably left from the city of Ur towards the city of Kushan, and we are dodging them by going towards Hamat. And they do not have perfect intelligence of us, but we also don't have perfect intelligence of them. So we just need to correctly figure out where their position is, and maybe that will help us avoid them. Oh, here's Piotr saying, we need to make sure the enemy strike group never learns of our movements. To keep our location safe, we must destroy the enemy garrison in Hamat before they can sound the alarm. Our cruiser is too slow. It is unsuitable for a surprise attack. We need to form a group of our fast ships and use them to attack the enemy. Here you can see the chance that a sudden strike will succeed with the current group. Choose the fastest ship in your squadron based on their speed stat. Okay, so it wants to choose various ships to send to attack this city. I'm going to go with the Gladiator and the Navarin. We're going to send them to attack this city. Once the group has completed its mission, order it to rejoin the squadron. Okay, so we just split off the Gladiator and the Navarin. And these ships are going to go towards the city first and hopefully get there before the city sounds the alarm. Because if we do that, it means that the strike group doesn't know of our position, and we can catch these enemy ships on the ground, which gives us a huge advantage in combat because they need to first take off before they can fight back. Well, okay, they can actually shoot at you on the ground, but they are sitting ducks while they're still landed. So we still have the advantage if we manage to get a sneak attack on them. So our ships here, we just set off a portion of our fleet, which is a Gladiator and a Navarin. And right now, the only enemies on the ground are a Lightning and a Jaguar. I don't know what this RSZO means, but apparently it's a variant of a ship-class Jaguar. Also, this UI does look nice most of the time, but sometimes it interferes with the actual gameplay important parts. So, hold on. The Lightning, like this revolver is covering up the text for the Lightning, and that just makes it kind of difficult to understand what's happening. But we're going to go into combat anyways. So these ships are located on the ground, which means we caught them off guard, and we now have the advantage. They are capable of shooting on the ground, but they are very easy targets down here, so we can just take them out first. Oh, this Jaguar just fired a missile at us. We need to dodge that. Another missile coming. There we go. We dodged a missile with flares. And we are victorious. We took no damage that time. Alright, so you can see we lost all the capabilities on the left side of the screen here because this is just a fraction of our fleet. The main fleet is still on the way right here. So this is where all of the advanced features are. But we do have this fleet that landed in the city right now, so we can just go here. Apparently we took 16 damage on the Gladiator. That's incredibly minor damage. We're going to land the Gladiator here and just get some quick repairs. There is a landing bay down there with a 110% repair bonus, but it's not worth it when we have only 16 points of damage. So we're just going to go for the easy landing right here. Now, if we had a lot of damage, then landing at the 110% bonus bay would be a good idea, but that's not the case right now. Now that we landed here, this is a ship repair yard, but we don't actually need repairs that much. I guess 16 points repair is so minor that we can't actually repair it, it just happens automatically. I don't know what that means. And we can refuel the ships we have right now, but we still need to wait for the main body of our fleet to arrive in the city. So, we just got off the line with the squadron. Any news from the capital? Not much. The situation's still grim. The rebels are firmly entrenched in Kadim Ridge. It'll be a long while before we can drive them out. And what of that reactor everyone's talking about? Does it really exist? Everyone's talking? Piotr's voice trails off. He looks at you for several seconds in silence. You should probably ask the Admiral about that, Grand Duke. So there's some kind of nuclear reactor that we're talking about, but apparently Piotr does not want to talk about that. And we're just going to wait for the main fleet to arrive here by fast forwarding. There we go. Our fleets have now recombined, and we now have every ship available in the same fleet. That means we need to go back here and refuel again to reach the city of Ur. Just need to fast forward to wait for all this refueling to happen. Okay, so the enemy strike group probably landed in Kushan by now, but I guess our radar is far enough away that they can't detect us. So this is the edge of our radar detection range, and they can detect us to about twice this distance. So from here to here is our range, and then they can use their passive sensors to detect us from about here, which means they cannot detect us right now. So we're actually safe, even with our radar turned on. Okay, we're fully refueled, so we're just going to go capture the city of Ur. No one knows what might be waiting for us, Duke. Should the going get tough, I ask that you request reinforcements from the Admiral. And become a laughingstock? Don't even think about it, General. Rest assured, General, I would never put my men at risk just to save face. That's definitely the better option here. I'm glad to hear that, Duke. Should you require reinforcements, just use the internal comms to contact the Admiral. Okay, so this is what the diplomacy minigame, one of the side effects is that you have the ability to ask various allies for help. And in Admiral Dodd's case, he can give us extra ships to fight. And I don't know why he didn't just give us those ships immediately, but I guess we have to go on our hands and knees and beg for them from him. But anyways, we don't need his help right now, so we're not going to do that. We're going to take our entire fleet to the city of Ur. Oh, we've intercepted a new radio transmission here. Okay, so this is the important part of a radio transmission is the direction the transmission comes from. So as we spin this wheel on the left side of the screen, it changes the position of this arrow on the strategic view, and that tells us what direction roughly the radio transmission is coming from. So this arrow is pointing at the city of Kushan. We know there's a strike group there, so that means this transmission is probably from the strike group. Zircon, flying southwest, arrival in 12 hours, now heading southwest, go on the route Kushan-Melka. Okay, so this is the strike group telling someone else about their position. They're heading on the route Kushan-Melka, which is the two cities that we just... well, Melka is the city we captured earlier. Kushan is the current city that the strike group is in. So we know that the strike group is going from Kushan to Melka, which means that we successfully dodged them when we went to Hamat. This is a very important mechanic here because you do not want to fight strike groups directly if you can at all avoid that. So, by going to Hamat, we dodge them, and we know they're going to be in the city of Melka now, and we're going to capture the city of Ur without facing the strike group. That's a good success, because it means we don't have to fight them. Now again, we want to send out a subset of our ships to attack this city. So I'm going to send out a Gladiator and a Navarin again. They're going to go ahead of us.
Roger.
Ooh, that is a lot more ships than I thought I had to fight. Maybe they did not want us to split our fleet here, because this is a lot of ships. Okay, we have 2 anti-air, which we can kind of ignore except for the missiles. Then we have a bunch of other airships here, which we need to I don't know if we can actually fight this with just our 2 ships here. I think I need to retreat and actually go rejoin the main fleet, hopefully not get destroyed on the way there. So that's the point of these retreat points, is that you can save part of your ship. You can save your ships from being in combat. Oh my god, it's not good. I just took a missile hit here and I need to retreat. Now I have another ship here which needs to retreat from the battle as well.
Missile launched. Kill confirmed.
I can at least launch some missiles at them. Hopefully thin them out before actually fighting them with the main fleet. Okay, so I just sent both ships to the retreat point there, and now we are actually leaving the battle. And hopefully... What the heck? You're kidding me. Okay, so that just counts as a straight up defeat in the tutorial. And that's, not good. If you did that in the normal game, that would actually be a valid tactic, but I guess now we just need a... It's forcing us to fight with just these 2 ships. That's, not pleasant. But it did, basically give us another chance, so now our ship is not damaged. We can hopefully fight these without taking too much damage.
Target destroyed.
Oh, I just shot that missile out of the air. That is something you can do, but it's not easy with these big tank, or these big naval cannons. Better off to just use your flares to dodge them. Okay, but they are just launching a lot of missiles at me. I need to take out these missile ships. There we go, that's 1 down. Okay, we took a big hit on there, and now we are dead in the water. Took a bunch of damage on this ship, that's not good. I can retreat this ship and then repair it later on, but I need to actually reach the retreat point. Okay. Luckily the Navarin has some missiles, so we can at least get some of these ships. We can take out some of these ships just with missiles. Nope. Okay, the enemy just shot down the missiles I launched at them. This is not good. Taking heavy damage here, so it's basically uncontrollable. And we just got shot down. Okay, so I made a mistake earlier when I split off this part of the fleet, because I didn't realize there would be this much defenses. And now the tutorial is not allowing me to actually, you know, go back and undo that mistake. That's kind of annoying, because now I'm kind of like just locked here. I'm soft locked. I can't defeat all of these ships with just a gladiator. Well, it is technically possible if you just avoid all the fire, but that's going to be really difficult. Okay, that enemy missile just destroyed its own ship. It's like another enemy ship. That's quite lucky. Fortunately, we still have a bunch of missiles coming towards us, which we cannot dodge. Okay, that ship's destroyed. Okay, I know Ur is the last city in the tutorial. I really don't want to go through the tutorial again because it's just a huge waste of time, but... Okay, I'm having a hell of a time dodging these missiles. Oh, I lost every single gun when that missile hit. Now the ship has absolutely no armaments at all.
Missile launched. Engine lost.
Alright, this is just sad. These two ships that just get torn apart by all the defenses here, and I can't restart the tutorial. Or rather, I don't want to restart the tutorial. And I can't reload the last save because it doesn't give me that option. Oh wait, we hit that save point earlier, so maybe this will work. Ah, okay. Okay, so I reset to an earlier part in the tutorial. And now I can just not make that mistake where I send only 2 ships, and we can have a better chance of capturing Ur. Just need to wait for the refuel to happen, and then we can launch again. No one knows what might be waiting for us, Duke. Should the going get tough, I ask. Okay, this dialogue option again. Rest assured, General, I would never put my men at risk just to save face. There we go. Now we can take off with our entire fleet to capture the city of Ur. There's this intercept again, which I don't want to do, so we're going to use the auto intercept, which just gives us everything. In the real game, you don't want to use auto intercept because you will actually have a corrupted message, which is difficult to read, but here in the tutorial it's fine. I wish I knew how to read Russian so I could see what this says. Anyways, these are the entire fleet which we can put into combat here. We have Intrepid, Gladiator. The Gladiator has no missiles, so I don't want to put that in just yet. And the Wanderer is not really a combat ship, so I don't want to put. I want to put that last, basically. The Nomad can hold its own in combat, so I think this lineup should be fine. And we have to take out all these enemy ships in order to capture the city of Ur. So this should be a lot easier because the Intrepid actually has missiles, so we have a good chance of taking out these ships. Missiles are not a guaranteed kill, and I'll explain the damage system later on, but missiles can kill in one hit, but it's not guaranteed. We just lost the Intrepid or something. There was some kind of screen there that told me to abandon ship, but ship is still fine, so I'm not sure what that meant. I should probably retreat these because it's already taken massive damage. Okay, that enemy missile just hit the enemy ship. Again, that's very lucky. Now we just finished it off. Dodged that missile and we hit the retreat point to get the next ship in the lineup. There we go. Now this ship has missiles again, so we can launch one. Okay, I hit that retreat point completely on accident. I did not actually intend to do that. Kind of annoying, honestly.
Engine overheating. Missile launched.
The ship's on fire, so it should be almost dead. There we go.
Engine overheating.
Jaguar, and this is a Talos. They're still very hard to kill when just the Navran, which has very small guns. There we go, that's destroyed. I want to retreat this ship just because I want to get another ship that has actual missiles now. This one does not have missiles. That was a very near miss.
The enemy has been destroyed.
Okay, I think there's only one airship left. Last ship I'm fighting is a Nimrod, which is quite tough. I am barely punching through his armor there, so I need a... Oh. Okay, my engine's overheated and I was dead in the water. And I just took a missile directly to the bottom of the ship. It's on fire and I'm out of fire extinguishers. I don't think the ship's going to make it. Okay, so I just ordered abandoned ship on that ship, and it's gone. Just lost it.
Engine overheating. Missile away. Missile away. Engine overheating. Target destroyed.
There we go. We took out the Nimrod with our last missile. Yeah, we took a lot of damage there, and this is the crew members on our side that were killed. That's not good. We do have limited crew, although it doesn't come up as an important mechanic very often. But anyways, we just captured the city of Ur. Now we can get the final tutorial. Like the final tutorial mission here. We just need to land one of these ships.
Beginning final approach. High reverse thrusters. 500 meters.
I really don't care about landing inside the repair base, so let's just go for the easy one. Alright, the leg just collapsed on landing, but that's fine.
Thanks for your hard work.
Yeah, this thing already took a ton of damage before. Anyways, arrival in Ur. As we entered the city of Ur, a large crowd of people welcomed us as heroes with cries of joy. Congratulations, Duke. What a glorious victory. Well done, Mark. Now all the naysayers will have no choice but to shut their mouths. I swear, even Dowd will rejoice in today's success. Thank you, Pyotr Ignatyevich. Shall I report to the Admiral? Certainly. Why wait? That was the moment when we realized that the hearts of the people of Gerat were on our side. What a beautiful day it was. We celebrated our victory in the present without a care in the world for what lay ahead of us. We just captured the city of Ur, but the main goal of the campaign is to capture the city of Kiva, which is far to the north, so that was just the completion of the tutorial mission. And, but we need to capture, like, Ur is now the starting point for the main gameplay, and now we need to capture Kiva for the regular game. So here's another telegram. To Commander of 1st Squadron, Admiral Dodd, by order of High Command, remain in Ur and await further instructions. I've been ordered to return to our point of origin. No explanation provided. Admiral of the 2nd Squadron, Admiral Skobelev. On the morning of the 6th day, the observation station reported a large vessel approaching from the south. All our forces were put on high alert. It was a lone ship approaching slowly and showing no signs of aggression. Hope began to spread among the officers. Perhaps it was one of Skobalev's vessels. But when it got close enough, we recognized it. The Imperial cruiser Sevastopol. It was staggeringly gigantic, a veritable flying mountain. We assembled an honor guard and prepared to meet the crew. But to our astonishment, the first man to step down the ramp was a tall Eliam wearing a golden mask. Behind him was an endless crowd of people with terrible burns and gruesome wounds. All of them Romani from the capital. It was from then that we finally heard the terrible news. The capital of the Empire had suffered a nuclear strike 4 days ago. Sayadi's stronghold burned down in an instant, reduced to smoldering desert of radioactive waste. What remained of the Imperial fleet was in disarray, trying to desperately fight off the Gathering's advancing forces. Okay, so the Gathering actually had nuclear weapons, and they successfully launched a nuke against the Imperial capital. So now we are stuck in the Kingdom of Gerat, even though our capital city has been pretty much completely destroyed. We were at a loss for words. We didn't know what to do. Most of us wanted to head for the capital and join the battle, knowing that the war was already as good as lost. Gentlemen, I have assembled you here to discuss our future activities in light of the most recent events. My opinion is this. We must press on and continue our advance towards Khiva. Pyotr Ignatyevich, the news from the capital has rendered this entire operation moot. We must return to the motherland at once, the sooner the better. On the contrary, taking Khiva is more important than ever, if you would allow me to elucidate. I've had several lengthy conversations with the crew of the Sevastopol. It pains me to say this, but I'm convinced that the war in the south is lost. Returning to the motherland will spell certain doom for us. We all had similar suspicions. Now that those fears have been put into words, many of the officers averted their gaze. Then what do you propose, Pyotr? There was exhaustion in Dodd's voice. The rebel fleet is currently engaged in heavy combat in the south. Now is the time to mount an offensive in the north and take Khiva by force. And what comes next? We'll just delay the inevitable. Sooner or later they will come to Khiva. I have reason to believe that our intel on the reactor is accurate. If we can seize it, they won't fight back. They will come to the bargaining table to ensure that the reactor is intact. Perhaps we might be able to strike a deal. Pyotr looked around as the officers considered his words. We have to send a vessel to reestablish communications with the capital. Once we have a reliable line to the south. There's no time for that, Sharif Ramatovich. If we do not mount an assault on Khiva here and now, it will be too late. We spent the rest of the night and the entire following day discussing Pyotr's plan. We eventually agreed to send the cruiser Diana to the south in a bid to re-establish communications with the Empire. The rest of our forces hastily began preparations to reach Khiva and assault it. The Sevastopol became the flagship of the new squadron. At some point, an officer asked who would command the offensive. Pyotr readily replied with a plan of his own. He stood up and spoke with confidence. No one yet knows what has befallen the Emperor, he said. So the Grand Duke, the sole legitimate heir of the dynasty, must lead what remains of the Romani fleet in this offensive. Admiral Dodd balked at the idea, but his furious cries of protest were ignored. The officers eagerly supported the general's suggestion. The thought of the heir to the throne leading the charge himself did wonders for their morale. The unanimous support they showed me was certainly uplifting, but at the same time, I was terrified. A moment ago I had been at Tarkan, but now I was the embodiment of the entire Romani Empire in their eyes. So that's the tutorial for the game. The story is pretty simple. They nuked our capital city, and now we are going to seize their main city of Khiva and try to force some kind of deal. Like, force them to the negotiating table. And yes, nuclear weapons are very much present in this game. You will use them, and you will have them used against you. It's not just something that exists in that cutscene. Grand Duke, you must choose the ships that will join us for the Khiva offensive. Can you give me a hint? Take the red ones. These are workhorses. and maybe 1 or 2 tankers for them. So now we have the Sevastopol as our flagship. We don't have access to anything else from the tutorial missions here, but we can just rebuild our new fleet exactly as we want it. So the Sevastopol is our flagship, which means it has it's the center of our ship. If we lose the Sevastopol, we lose the game. And it contains a bunch of useful sensors on it like radar and IRST, which I'll get into later. But we need to build other ships because we do not want to send our Sevastopol to be the main fighting force. It's simply too big, too heavy, too expensive, and we need to send something else to actually do the bulk of the fighting. So I know from previous experience that you want to send some light ships like the Lightning as like your kind of cannon fodder troops. Skylark is very good as a tanker for the ships, for these light ships. Then you also want some other utility ships like the Yars. This carries anti-ship missiles, which are going to be important later on because we need these to fight strike groups at a distance. And we also need some other stuff like okay, we have aircraft carriers like the Longbow. I would rather take the Wasp, which I don't actually see. Where is that? Oh, you know what? Probably don't have enough money for... Okay, I must be going crazy here because I know there's a Wasp aircraft carrier, but I don't see it. That's very unusual. I don't actually know what happened to the Wasp. That's usually the aircraft carrier I take from the start, but I guess it doesn't matter. Oh, that's going to leave us with 18,000 gold to start with, which I really do not want to go that low. Okay, something weird is happening here. Hold on. I'm going to go to the main menu. Okay, so this is just starting the game normally after finishing the tutorial. So, by the grace of God, we, Karim Shah II, Emperor of the Romani, Great Duke of the lands of Horan, Monarch of Sihem and Gerat, most graciously grant the title of Tarkan of the Fleet to Grand Duke Mark Sayadi Salemsky, whatever. This is the telegram giving us command of the fleet. Okay, we're back to this screen. I find it quite strange that the Wasp is not available. Did I accidentally delete it at some point? I don't know. See, I don't want to take the longbow because it's very expensive. I wonder if there was an update that removed the Wasp. If so, that's kind of annoying. Let's get rid of one of these Yars so we can take the longbow. Okay, so that gives us 30,000 gold to spend once we're in the game. We kind of need that in order to buy fuel, which is a critical component of playing the game. Hard difficulty level, I don't really want that. Easy difficulty. Easy mode will help you enjoy the game faster. Saving is allowed at any time. Less damage in combat. No, I want to keep it on normal. Yeah, normal is kind of the default, so we'll just go with that for right now. Oh, it reset my ship list. Thank you. Okay, so there's the fleet I'm going to be departing with. It's a bit thin because we don't have a very large starting bonus. But let's see how this goes. We were days away from departing for Kiba to begin our offensive when that strange Alim in a gold mask approached me. No Alim can endure open air for long, so many of them hide their faces. I've grown used to that. But this one was unlike the others. People began to whisper when he walked by. Other Alims called him the Al-Sahir and treated him with particular reverence. I know that Dodd questioned him. He tried to get him to talk about the people who came with him on the Sevastopol, but apparently he didn't get very far. This Align convinced the crew of the Sevastopol to take the ship to Ur, and that is all I know about him. I cannot imagine what he did to convince them, but in doing this, he's earned our eternal gratitude. Without the cruiser on our side, the Khiva offensive would be impossible. Grand Duke, allow me to speak with you. This was the first time I had ever heard his voice. The mask muffled it so much I couldn't discern his age. I know you hope the Tarkans of Gerat will support you against Khiva. The infamous Omar Khan has found refuge to the northwest of Ur. I believe he can be a loyal ally to you. If you meet him, I kindly ask you to give him this. The masked Align presents you with a small, delicate pot. The Align bows to you and leaves. Look inside the small pot. The very bottom of the pot is covered with a strange ointment. Its smell is strong and heavy, but quite pleasant. So a Tarkan has found refuge in a city to the northwest of here. It would make sense to seek him out. Would you like me to brief you on the operation, Grand Duke? Certainly, Pyotr. Very well, our objective is to capture the Khiva reactor. The city of Khiva is in the northern reaches of Gerat. It's protected by the governor's own squadron. We need to force them out of the city. It is imperative that the reactor remain completely intact, which means that nuclear strikes against Khiva are not an option. However, we will face far worse threats to the success of this operation before we even reach Khiva. According to our intel, there are 5 gathering strike groups equipped with nuclear weapons somewhere in Gerat. I strongly suggest avoiding them at all costs. The strike groups move from city to city on average once a day. If the enemy spots us and has time to report it, strike groups will try to get close to us and fire missiles. Yeah, so strike groups will fire long-range cruise missiles at us, which may or may not be nuclear armed, and that's sort of the main threat that you're going to have to try to avoid during the game. So we need to steer clear of them and track their movements at all times. Information about the movement of strike groups can be obtained from radio interception, or by capturing one of the troposcatter communication stations. Due to Gerat's vast size, the enemy has had to use these stations to send messages. Even one such station could supply us with priceless intel on the strike group's whereabouts, as well as the location of their aircraft carriers and their missile carriers. So these A symbols they aren't strike groups, but they're aircraft carriers, and these N symbols are missile carriers. The S symbols are strike groups. All of which is of extreme importance if we are to prevail in this operation. The aircraft carriers, for one, can deploy aircraft from as far as 2,000 kilometers away. That is a very long range, like even further than our radar can detect. So aircraft is a serious threat in this game. And that's also why I wanted to pick up an aircraft carrier to start with. We must always keep this in mind. And lastly, there are also transport ships moving to and fro between cities at Gerat. They are hardly, if ever, escorted and can be easy pickings for us. A captured transport ship could be quickly ransomed for a sizable sum in any city, Duke, and we could really use some extra funds. Yeah, so that's pretty much the main way to make extra gold in this game, is to capture a transport ship and then sell off its cargo, which means that we aren't really that much better than pirates, but we need to do it in order to protect our empire. And we are starting in the city of Ur, which we captured in the tutorial. And we need to go all the way north to the city of Khiva, which is located very far away. We need to go through, we need to attack we don't need to attack every city, but we need to pass through several of these cities in a line to actually reach Khiva, which is difficult. That's why this is a roguelike game, because you will fail most of your runs. Like, sometimes you don't even make it out of this first section of cities because you just end up getting nuked by all the enemy strike groups, and that's it. Once your Sevastopol is destroyed, you're done, and you have to start over. So, we're starting in the city of Ur, and we need to go to one of these cities here, capture transport ships along the way, and avoid strike groups. So, immediately the first thing I want to do is turn off the radar, because I don't know where any strike groups are located, and I don't want to give them our position away. So one of the first cities we can capture is the city of Timnath Serah, which is an intel location. So once we capture the city, we can know the location of at least one nearby strike group. But we need to fuel up first before we can do that. I'm gonna have just enough fuel to capture Timnath Serah, and then from there we can fuel up again and maybe go to Shaybad and get some extra fuel at the fuel storage city. And by the way, once we're here, I need to actually purchase special ammo because this is how you buy aircraft ammunition. I don't need rockets, but aircraft bombs are useful. Ooh, they're very expensive though. And the 100 kilo bombs are pretty cheap. So once we have this, we now have aircraft that can drop bombs on enemy ships, or on, well, pretty much enemy ships are the only thing you can bomb. And some ships are very agile, so trying to drop bombs on something like a Gladiator would be a huge waste of time. But taking out cruisers like a Nomad, that is a good use of bombs, if your aircraft can get past their anti-air defenses. But we'll deal with that later. So we've purchased our fuel, we need to wait to fuel up, and then we can capture the city of Timnath Serah. And we have a radio intercept here. There we go, it's to the northeast. It's kind of a weak signal. Going 90, my route, Shaybad, Timnath Serah, Urmain, uranium concentrate, ready to provide fuel. Okay, so this is a transport ship because it's telling us its cargo is uranium concentrate. The actual cargo doesn't matter, but if we know it has cargo, then we know it's not a strike group. So this is a cargo ship that we can capture and sell for money. And they're actually going Shaybad, Timnath Serah, so this city towards this city. In fact, they're probably in Shaybad right now. So if we capture here, we can actually, they'll basically run right into us and we can capture them easily and make some money right off the bat. So that's quite useful. So we're going to go to Timnath Serah and capture the city. And again, we have this red ring here which alerts the enemy strike groups to our presence. Oh, hold on, we have another radio intercept. I'll be honest, sometimes these radio intercepts get really annoying because they just come in constantly and interrupt whatever you're doing, but they do give valuable intel. And I guess that's why they added this auto intercept here, because sometimes it just gets really tedious dealing with them. So even whenever we have a good intercept, sometimes the information is missing and cannot be intercepted. But this guy says, in 9 hours my route came Shaybad, Timnath Serah, carrying uranium concentrate. Okay, so this is another transport ship, I think. It's again going towards these cities, which we can capture quite easily if we're in the correct position. So again, we do want to capture Timnath Serah to intercept those cargo ships. And now, instead of crossing this alert line, we want to send out some of our ships ahead of them. I'll send out a Lightning, or a Skylark, a Lightning, and a Lightning to take these ships, or take the city.
Thermal signature detected.
Okay, there's an IRST nearby. I don't really want to go through the, well, let's go to the tutorial. The infrared search and track system detects and calculates the bearing of all heat sources. So nearby airships will emit heat, which you can detect on the infrared search and track. It excels at detecting airborne and grounded ships alike. IRST has a much smaller detection range compared to our radar array, however it is completely undetectable by the enemy. So IRST is a passive sensor, so you can always have this on and it will not reveal your position to the enemy, as opposed to radar, which is an active sensor and it does reveal your position. So IRST is still useful as a sort of a last line of defense to detect incoming enemy ships. If the signal isn't strong enough, aim the system with this control knob to focus it in a specific direction. The IR readings in this sector will be displayed on the screen in higher detail. Okay, so it's just IRST. We can move this aiming device and it will just allow us to detect in higher detail. But right now, there's nothing to see. Anyways, that means that there are ships nearby that are about to land in the city, which we need to... Actually, that's probably the cargo ship. We need to capture that immediately after capturing the city. And, okay, so their garrison is a slugger, a courageous, and a slugger. They're on the ground, I think, so that should be easy. Lightning here is a very powerful engine, so you can see the screen blacking out. That's because the G-forces from the engine are enough to cause your crew to black out. And basically, if that happens, your ship becomes uncontrollable for a second, and you can't even see anything. So it's very dangerous to actually use the full power of your engines all the time. The Lightning is a very lightweight ship. It has no flares, no real defensive capabilities at all. The only way to avoid being destroyed is to use your thrusters to maneuver, it's quite good at maneuvering because it has a high thrust-to-weight ratio. But if you get hit, you're toast. This thing has no survivability at all, so it's only useful in the early game. There could be survivors on the surface, Duke. If we don't save them, people will talk. We could salvage something valuable, something we could sell in the city, and we could certainly use the money. But we must act quickly. The fire is spreading. It will consume the wreckage before long. And be careful out there, my Duke. Some of the things you find may be too dangerous. Okay, so once you destroy a fleet of enemy ships, you have to pick through the wreckage before you can actually land in the city. So there's a bunch of things you need to pick out of the wreckage here. One of the ones you probably should do is search for survivors, because this will allow you to rescue survivors from the crash, which is good for improving the morale of your own crew, as well as how other people in the world view you. And 2 survivors, that's actually not a lot. Like, going through all the effort to rescue people from the ships and only 2 of them survive, that's implies that quite a lot of people did not survive the wreckage. So the other one is you want to secure fuel tanks, because that's just free fuel,
Visual contact.
which is always nice to have. We just made visual contact with this cargo ship right here, which is approaching the city. We should probably... Okay, this cargo ship is so close that I don't really know if we can capture this. The heck? Okay, I'm gonna try to intercept this ship, because we really do need to capture the cargo ship.
Roger that. Good luck.
Okay, the cargo ship just alerted. Now we need to actually... it's going to run away from us, and we need to actually catch it before we can fight the ship. We may not have enough fuel to actually do that, by the way. Okay, yeah, we in fact don't have enough fuel.
Over. Roger that.
Okay, so all of the wreckage burned out, so now we can actually land here and quickly refuel. Okay, this is a random event that happens when you land in cities. While in the city, you receive an invitation to the secret meeting with certain high-ranking local dignitaries. They assure you they yearn to join your cause, but the local doyen is too cowardly to oppose the governor and offer you aid. They offer you a plan to depose the city doyen and start a rebellion. Should you succeed, they promise to seize a ship and will join you. Join the cabal or refuse to participate. So this is something that will affect like your crew's morale, whether you have law and order or follow like a more chaotic path. Joining the Cabal is like against law and order. Refuse to participate is for law and order. But if you join the Cabal and the rebellion succeeds, you would get an extra ship out of it, which is quite valuable by itself. So I'm going to do that. Worldview order -2. You pay the Doyen a visit, surrounded by your best fighters disguised in civilian clothing. During the dinner, you give the signal and your men slay the Doyen and his guards. The Cabal rushes to the homes of the Doyen's strongest followers, but they face firm resistance. A few hours later, the entire city is in the midst of a bloody internecine conflict. The plan is a failure. Stay out of it and retreat to the ships. Send soldiers into the city and support the insurgents with artillery fire. So we basically just caused a huge civil war in this city. And if we just bail out right now, that's... frankly, we just took the hit to the law and order view, but we won't get anything out of it if we bail out of it. But if we support the insurgents with artillery fire, we can still possibly win this conflict. Force +2. After a bitter and bloody battle, you manage to squash all resistance and seize the city, but victory comes at a steep cost. The conspirators seized the Doyen's own ship and offer it to your squadron, and we lost 33 people there. But we did acquire a new ship, the Triumphant. So those are the kind of story events you will see in this game. We basically just sparked a civil war in that city and caused a huge conflict, and it cost us some crew, but we got a ship out of it. So not really the most morally upstanding choice to make, but it does make your job easier because now you have a new ship. Also, this is an intelligence city, so now that we captured it, we can use these intel points to like find out the location of enemy strike groups or enemy trade ships or stuff like that. So I definitely want to find the position of the nearest strike group, which is located here in the city of Gazam. It's actually kind of far away, so we can kind of ignore them for now, but they will move south to respond to this alert eventually. And then we have these trade ships. There's one over here. I guess it's heading along that red route towards the city of Tabal. And there's another trade ship here, which is heading northwards. And there's this trade ship, which we just saw nearby. We weren't able to capture it quite yet. And I think there's another trade ship that's heading towards the city as well. But if we can fuel up quickly enough, we may be able to capture this trade ship. And we're far enough away that we can actually use our radar because the nearest strike group is far away. So just one pulse on the radar and nothing. Oh, that ship is still close enough that we can actually... yeah, they're still on radar, so this is fine. Okay, we have the radar just turned on right now.
Welcome back.
Okay, we also want to refuel here for the main fleet to get at least as far as Shabad. But we especially want to fuel up the Lightning and the Skylark enough to capture this ship. I think we have enough there.
Roger that. Good luck.
Turn on radar to help track them, and it doesn't help. They're far enough away from radar that we can't actually track them now. We continue going in the direction this ship was last headed. There we go, we found it. Okay, this glitchiness makes it very hard to use the map. But we just caught up to this transport ship and now we can capture it. Transport ship has no armed escort. She will surrender without a fight. Okay, that's good. So, we can see the transport ship is right here. It's just carrying cargo, has no escort, so capturing it without a fight, quite good for us. There we go, instant victory. Now we have this transport ship under our control. We need to return back to the city in order to sell it. There we go, they got us 24,000 gold. And we only had like 30,000 to start off with, so that's pretty good. And now we're here, we can go Purchase more specialty ammo here. We really do want to have a lot of bombs because those are useful. There is specialty ammo for the rest of our guns. Like, we can get incendiary rounds. Those are pretty helpful. And that's the only thing I want from there. Okay, let's actually look at some of these ships that we have. Okay, this is the new ship we just acquired, the Triumphant. This is just a missile carrier. So this is not something you want to send into direct combat. It does have these 37mm cannons, but that's not really good for fighting other ships. You want to keep this in the back line so you can launch missiles at long range. It has A100 nuclear missiles. Oh, wow. Okay, so this thing carries 4 nuclear warheads and we just captured it. These are like very fast, like, they're not cruise missiles and they're not ballistic missiles, but these can be used to attack enemy strike groups or to shoot down like enemy attack aircraft fleets or even enemy missiles. But using nukes has a very high cost in this game because the enemy, they don't start off using nukes. But once you launch one, the enemy will launch them and they have plenty enough to destroy your fleet. So you want to avoid launching nukes as long as possible. So this is good to have for the late game whenever nukes will definitely be flying. But it's kind of dead weight for right now. But anyways, let's look at the other ships like this Lightning we have. So this is a very small ship. It has these 2 cannon mounted on it. AK-100, which is a 100mm rapid fire cannon. Each of these is AK-100s. That gives us a pretty decent amount of firepower. But this ship also has basically no armor. It does have very good engines though. So this ship is very good at dodging incoming fire using maneuvering, but if you get hit, you're toast. You will not be able to survive multiple hits from an enemy. At least not without like losing a huge chunk of your ship and some of your engines, and the ship would basically be uncontrollable at that point. So, Lightnings are good in the early game because it's easy enough to dodge fire from like the Courageous class enemy ships, but you want to pick up something else eventually. And this game does model part destruction, so if you take a hit, if a missile, for example, hits the right bottom corner of your ship, you will probably lose the landing leg, this engine, and whatever other systems are inside of here. And then your ship will need to fly with these, just the remaining engines, which becomes much more difficult. So, you definitely want to avoid getting damaged because each hit will degrade the capabilities of your ship. But the Lightning is good at dodging hits in the first place, so that's kind of like one layer of the survivability onion, which is don't get hit. We have enough fuel here, so we can just wait for the refueling. Maybe we can send or wait here long enough. We'll actually encounter the enemy trade ships. Oh, we have another intel point. These intel stations generate intel points over time, so we can just use this to get another ship. That one's heading towards Tabal, which is, again, the direction we're headed, so that's fine. We might be able to catch them later. Okay, we're fully fueled up, and now we can go capture the city of Shabad.
Warning, radar emission detected.
Elint reports a hostile radar signal. I could use your advice here, Pyotr Ignatyevich. The Elint antennas detect enemy radar signals and calculate the approximate bearing to the target. A radar signal is a telltale sign of a considerably well-armed ship. If we're close enough to detect their radar signal, that means they're close enough to detect ours. I'd rather keep our radars quiet for now, Duke. Just to be clear, this button turns Squadron's radar system on and off. Okay, so this strike group, which was here in the city of Gazam, is probably heading south towards the alert, which was sounded here near the city of Timnath Sarah. So this ship is going to be coming towards us. And they are close enough that we are detecting their radar. Which means they're getting quite close, actually. This radar warning receiver basically tells us whenever enemy radar is close enough that we can detect it. And this light flashing at 0 means they are roughly directly north of us. Probably somewhere along here. Or rather, somewhere close to the city of Aktag or Gazam. And the strength is determined by this outer ring of yellow bars. The strength is very low right now, so they are far away, so we still have plenty of time to dodge them. So we're going to continue here to the city of Shabad, and hopefully they won't catch us along the way. We have a radio intercept. Okay, we just intercepted this message, and there's basically nothing here. It doesn't tell us anything very useful. Except that the call sign it's reporting to is Kavkaz, but I have no idea who that is. And these names are just kind of randomly assigned at the start of every game, so that radio signal tells us nothing. We're continuing towards Shabad. The enemy strike group is getting close. They're now located towards bearing 330, so they're definitely at the city of Aktag right now. We need to capture the city of Shabad, and they are very close to us, but we have to continue here. I'm going to launch a lightning and a skylark to capture the city, and hopefully they won't alert.
Roger that. Good.
Okay, so the only defenses here are a courageous and a courageous. The Courageous is basically the smallest ship in the game that's actually armed, and the name is quite apt because you have to be very courageous to actually fight using the ship. It has only a 37mm autocannon, which is basically a tickle gun compared to any ship with armor. And the Courageous are very easy to destroy because they're so small. They have no armor themselves, so they're the smallest and least threatening ships you can fight. There we go, our lightning leveled up. Having gained combat experience, the team will repair ships 20% faster. The crew have been forged in the heat of battle and thus more resilient against hardships. The ship's cruising range is increased by 30%. I think increasing cruising range is good. That will reduce fuel usage, basically, I think. Now we need to pick through the wreckage here. Okay, so we can secure a fuel tank, which gives us some free fuel. Secure ammunition, which gives us some kind of random ammunition type. We can dismantle this 2A37 gun, which is the 37mm cannon. That gives us a free gun, which we can use to repair our ships or to sell at the city. This is an okay way to make money. It really won't fund you, but at least it will delay you going broke for a little bit. If we dismantle this gun, we can then sell it, and then we can get this fuel for free. If we disassemble the hull, then we get spare parts to repair for free. That's perfectly fine. And then the last one is secure the ammunition. It gives us a little bit of ammo, which we can probably sell, because I don't have any 37mm, so it's not terribly useful. Okay, so we landed in the city of Shabad, and the Elint is no longer lighting up, so somehow they are no longer near us, and they are no longer searching for us, so I don't know where they went. Well, you know what? It's possible that they went from Gazam to the city of Nahor, in which case they are now even further from us, and they are no longer a threat. But if they went to Oktog, they would still be sounding their radar, so I don't know what... They must have not gone here. Anyways, we are low fuel, and we need a refuel at the city. Lightning took basically no damage, I don't care about repairing that. The morning after, you find a note in the pocket of your uniform. This is another random event. You have no idea how the slip of paper ended up in your possession. The message is short. One of your Tarkans is a traitor, Amir. Go to Urge's house in the Veteran District. Come alone. The house mentioned in the note is easy to find. A tall, aged Alayam, perhaps Urge himself, meets you at the door. He is getting on in years, but his bearing and commanding voice betray his Harishid origins. Harishid is the former guardsman of the king. Is this your home, Urge? Is this truly how former Marasadis live? A unit commander in the Gerati king's personal guard. So this guy used to be a commander in the Gerati king's military. The Harishids stopped receiving their pensions when the Lord Governor overthrew the king. The old man responds calmly. But I am glad to live among my former brothers in arms. How did I get this note? Who slipped it into my pocket? Some of the Harishids who serve the governor wish only good fortune for you, Amir. Know that Kiva is regularly informed about your journey. I was told the information comes from Prince Ilau. Now go. No one must see us. Erge turns around but lingers in the doorway. May the heavens be with you, Amir al-Matar, he says over his shoulder. And now we have choices here. This guy is warning us of a traitor among our Tarkan fleet. And I guess the question is whether or not he's reliable. And whether or not the traitor actually exists, or whether the traitor is, or whether he's like trying to double cross us and trick us into thinking there's a traitor. Or maybe he's looking out for us and he's warning us of an actual threat. That's the main choice we deal with on this event. So we have the choice: assign a permanent security escort to the prince. Faisal will be furious, but we cannot afford such a risk. This is all very strange, and the old man inspires little confidence. Even if Faisal is a double agent, he's still more useful than otherwise. Frankly, I would go with the second choice. I don't really have a way to justify that, but assigning a guard to him doesn't really seem like the proper thing to do. I don't know. Now, assigning a guard to him doesn't actually have any impact to you, but it results in Faisal losing, diplomacy points with you. So, if you want to maintain a good relationship with Faisal, you should avoid that. We need to buy fuel here. Actually, this is a fuel storage city, so we can buy fuel very cheaply and fuel up at least enough to reach the next fuel storage city, which is over here, or over here. Oh, we can also buy some extra stuff from here. Some specialty ammo. So, okay, here, we need aircraft missiles. These are very important, because these are the only way to shoot down enemy aircraft without using like an A-100 missile, which is stupidly expensive. So those anti-aircraft missiles are very expensive, or very useful. And we picked up some ammo from that wreckage. 130mm proximity fuse. And that's kind of useful to keep around, but I don't know if I actually have 130mm. Okay, I don't have any 130mm, any ships with 130mm guns, so I'm just going to sell this ammo for now. And then once we're here, we don't have any enemy strike groups nearby, so we can actually use our radar. There are no trade ships nearby, so nothing on radar. We're just going to wait for the refuel here. Okay, I'm trying to figure out what to do here. Once you actually have a decently sized fleet, the proper way to play the game is to split your fleet, to have multiple fleets that go through different parts of the map simultaneously. But that, we don't have enough ships to do that right now. So instead, I'm just going to send Lightning and Skylarks out to capture the city of Kame. And then we'll just catch up, we'll send the main fleet to catch up with them later on. So this city is lightly defended. It should be easy to capture. Go. Capture the city now. And we didn't even send off an alert, so that was a pretty successful mission. We definitely want fuel. That's always nice to have. The radio intercept. By the way, these frequency buttons on the radio basically don't matter. Like, I've never noticed them being important or significant anyway. It's just a, I don't know, fluff. something in the wreckage just exploded and I wasn't paying attention. We got this intercept. Flying at speed 190, flying north-northwest. It's some cargo ship, but we're not close enough to actually intercept them. And I don't know where they're headed exactly. Okay, so we can capture the D-80 Molots here. This is a 130mm cannon, which we can actually install on our ship, or potentially sell it for cash somewhere. Okay, so the wreckage is cleared. Again, there's nothing to repair here. And this is a rare parts store, so we can actually buy or sell some useful materials here. So we have KH-15s, those are nice. Those are cruise missiles, which are the main thing we use to attack enemy strike groups. I definitely want to have spares lying around, but I don't actually have that much money. Yeah, I don't know if I want to get all 8 of these, because that's going to bring my cash dangerously low. I want to buy some spare aircraft as well, because it's very easy to lose aircraft when you launch them on a mission. And I think selling the D-80 is the best course of action here. So, now let's get some extra cruise missiles then. Okay, I think that's a pretty good purchase there. And maybe we can sell some of their unnecessary, unused ammo here, like 220mm rockets. We don't need that. 100mm incendiary, and that's kind of useful, so we'll keep that. Okay, so we captured this city. Our main fleet is still right here. Still we're feeling, so let's just... Oh. I don't know, that's something.
Warning, radar emission detected.
Okay, so we now have another enemy fleet slowly approaching the city of Shabad. But they're far away right now, so I think we can just ignore them. They are getting closer, though. Okay, let's just abandon the fuel there and leave. Okay, so now we can see this bar just decreased from 4 to 3. That means we're getting further away, and they probably don't know where we are. So we kind of want to go towards Tabal in order to get the save point there. But it looks like the enemy strike group was approaching Shabad. So we don't want to... That's going to put us in dangerously close to the enemy again. Well, I kind of want to risk it, so let's just go to Tabal anyways. Actually, I kind of want to force a fight with the strike group just to show what it's like on stream. So yeah, let's go to Tabal. Just send the entire fleet there. No, I don't want to purchase more fuel. Okay. Let's just leave.
Warning, radar emission detected.
Okay, yeah, so we have this enemy strike group on bearing 270 from us. About 270, so that means they're probably in the city of Shabad right now. We're passing by. Yeah, they're now bearing 240, so they're definitely right there. I don't think they've detected us, because if it's not full, that means we're outside of their detection range. So we can send the strike group ahead to capture the city. Ooh, that is a bit tougher to fight. There's a gladiator there. If we get a surprise attack on them, we can probably take it out. We definitely want that to be the first thing we take out because it's so tough. Okay, he lost a mission on us. He destroyed his own missile with gunfire. Okay, and we blacked out and we took a missile hit there. That's not good. Took a lot of damage here. Okay, this thing just took a ton of damage. I don't think I'm going to win this fight. Now, luckily, you do have the ability to restart a fight in case you've taken too much damage, but that does have negative consequences later on in gameplay, but we'll see how this fight goes for now. I didn't actually lose the ship. I just took a ton of damage on it. Taking a gladiator with a lightning is kind of a tough ask here. I just keep on blacking out because that's the only way to survive in the ship is to dodge everything. Okay, that's my one fire suppression. Cannot afford another hit like that.
The enemy has been destroyed.
Okay, everything besides the gladiator is destroyed. At least in a one-on-one fight, the lightning is easy enough to use against the gladiator. But when you're fighting multiple ships, it becomes very hard to dodge fire from all of them at the same time. Actually, that's why I took the missile hit earlier, because there were just 2 missiles there, and dodging both of them caused me to black out. Well, dodging one of them caused me to black out, which meant that I was an easy target for the second missile. And the gladiator is covered in armor, so I basically need to just grind down all of his armor before I can actually damage him. Takes forever to do that, unless you use armor-piercing shells, which I don't have. Alright, so we just took the city of Tabal. Search for survivors. Okay, we just saved 2 people at the cost of 18 crew members. That was not a good trade. I should have used crew protection there. Yeah, always use protection, kids. Secure fuel tanks. Fuel nice. Dismantle AK-100, and search the crew cabins. Searching crew cabins gives us these little gifts that we use in the diplomacy talks. That's the only way to get them. But it's kind of a low priority thing to gather from the wreckage.
Welcome back.
Okay, so, that's what's left of our lightning. We just lost like an entire quarter of the ship there. We definitely, actually, we do not want to land that, because that will be very difficult to land. When it's missing an entire leg, you basically cannot land. So, strangely enough, whenever you take so much damage on your ship that landing is impossible, the best course of action is to not land it and just repair it without landing. Which, of course, you can still do because landing is optional. Okay, so we landed at the, at a save point city. So we get this event here where we pick up missiles out of these silos. The Sword of Damocles. Near the city, we discovered a smooth, level platform dotted with low concrete domes, each topped with a heavy steel lid. It took us a while to pry one of them open. Inside, we found a wide, deep shaft, and in the very center of it, we discovered the smooth white nose of a missile. My Duke, those are the nuclear weapons of the Gathering. We must extract them at once. It seems our enemy's nuclear arsenal is far larger than we had expected. The Admiral cast a grim glance at the launch silos. Get these missiles out of the launch bays and onto our ships, Pyotr Ignatievich. So we just captured several nuclear missiles, which is quite useful, because this is pretty much the only way to get nuclear missiles in the game, is to capture a save point city. And it just gives us a bunch of random missile types here. So yeah, this is what's left of the lightning. We definitely need to repair this. Now if we use this bar to repair everything, it's going to take us 14 hours to repair, which we definitely cannot stay that long. We probably want to repair just enough to get the landing leg back, and then we can land somewhere else. The other lightning took minimal damage. Just do some barely any repairs there. Okay, so these are the nuclear missiles we captured. A KH-15N, which is a cruise missile with a nuclear warhead. A KH-15PN, which is a radar homing cruise missile. It's a radar homing, so it guides in on enemy radars or enemy jammers. So instead of acquiring a radar lock on your own, you just launch it at someone, and if they have radar on, this missile will home in on them. And then we have our own KH-15 missiles. These are non-nuclear, but still quite powerful. These are anti-ship missiles. And then we have A-100N, which are, they're not cruise missiles, but they are just like direct fire, very fast missiles. Again, they are nuclear tipped, and they're actually the same kinds inside the Triumphant right now. And then we have these extra cannons which we can sell for money, which I definitely need that right now. So we have those repairs queued, and now we can purchase some extra fuel. We only need enough to reach the city of Sheikh right here. And then we can go to Ganamesh, which is a fuel storage. We can get fuel cheaper over there, so that's fine. Oh, what specialty ammo do they have? They have more missiles and bombs. I don't need any of those right now. Aircraft rockets, I've never really seen them being useful. We don't really have anything to sell, so that's fine. There we go, we have a game save at this save city. We still have the enemy strike group to our south in the city of Shabad, but they're far away, so they're not a huge threat right now. I can actually launch a missile at them using this missile control system at the top. I definitely don't want to launch a nuclear missile at them, but we can launch a cruise missile, which is, we have enough range to actually reach Shabad. But then again, that would also reveal our position to them, so I really don't want to do that. So let's just not launch anything. Let's just refuel and try to get away quietly. Okay, so we captured the city of Tabal. We did not set off any alarms, so they don't even know that we're here. That means we can just leave here and bypass the strike group, which is basically the best way to survive them. Yeah, part of the survivability onion, which is don't be engaged, don't be seen, and don't be there. So we're going to follow the first layer of the onion, which is don't be there. They're searching for us over here. We're going to leave the area. And now we are completely outside of their radar range. We don't have them at Elint anymore. And we just got a new radio intercept here. Okay, this is basically from the strike group. It's encoded. Yeah, so that's definitely from the strike group. Only the military ships use this encryption system. So this is just Piotr walking through all the encryption system like tutorial. We don't need that right now because we don't actually have any keys. Without any keys, it's possible to decode their message, and I can actually try that right now. But we don't know for sure what any of this should decode to. I'm going to try to decode some of it. Now I actually looked this up. I think this game uses something called a Veneer cipher to encode messages, which means it actually is vulnerable to a lot of cryptanalysis attacks, and you can, even without a key, decode the message. But you basically just have to start guessing randomly as to what the actual message contains. So right now I'm focusing on this word on right here, which may be a valid part of the message. And I just decoded this first letter to the letter O. And now hopefully that means that we have something useful here. But we also have this right here, which is probably means speed. And like 181 might be the speed of an aircraft, of an airship. So, and this is the 5-letter word, so this might decode to the word speed. So actually I should focus on this and try to decode this. Okay, that would make this word in, and this might spell out the word arrival. And this probably spells out the word speed, so we're on the right track here. So again, it's possible to decode these messages without actually having a decryption key. So we're getting very close to an intelligible message right here. Just a little more tweaking, we'll get something useful. There we go. Just fully decoded the message completely manually. Sargass, arrival in 9 hours, average speed 120. Ask to arrange medical treatment, crew Kavkaz. Okay, so that means that Kavkaz is the call sign of this strike group. They're currently located in the city of Shabad, and they've been chasing us for a while. We've actually got messages from Kavkaz before, but they weren't encrypted until now. So they're sending a message to someone called Sargos. I don't know where they are or who they are. They are located in the city of Shabad, but we don't really have any more information about that. Oh wait, no, they're arriving in 9 hours somewhere, speed 120, so they're probably proceeding towards Kame, or they're proceeding towards Tabal. Either way, as long as we keep moving away from them, they probably won't catch us.
Thermal signature detected.
As a thermal signature on IRST. You can tell from this little wavy circle right here that there's a thermal signature somewhere towards bearing 60 degrees. And if we unpause the game, we'll start getting ELINT on there. Okay, there is some kind of signature approaching us, bearing 60 degrees. It's probably not a strike group, probably not any kind of military ship. So we're going to send a group here out first. Hopefully it's a transport ship that we can capture.
Good luck.
And then... hopefully it's a transport ship we can capture and then sell for money. Okay, so there's a huge spike on the IRST right here to the direct north. That's our own ship, so we shouldn't be fooled by that. Or we shouldn't be alarmed by that. I really want to figure out what that IRST hit was. We are not close enough to be in the enemy's ELINT range, so they aren't close enough to us, so we can afford to send out one pulse on the radar. Okay, so we actually passed their ship. They avoided us. Let's cancel their movement order here. Refuel the Lightning and the Skylark. Come take full fuel and capture the ship. Send out another radar pulse.
Good luck.
There we go. We have intercepted the ship. There was a prize ship. It's probably worth a lot of money. See how large it is? And then it only has 2 escorts, a courageous and a ballistic. That's pretty easy to fight, so we're going to take this battle. Oh my god, I forgot. This lightning was already fucked up from the last battle, so this will be interesting. Yeah, I should have checked that beforehand. I forgot this one was already damaged. But we did repair it slightly, so it's still maneuverable enough to dodge these missiles. We already took out one ship, even with our own damaged lightning, so we're making good progress. And I should probably just evacuate the lightning anyways, or retreat it, because we have no fuel. And, we just won the battle actually, so doesn't matter. Yeah, so the lightning took a lot of damage, lost a fuel tank, and I almost ran out of fuel in that battle. That was very reckless, but whatever. So this ship, which is still missing a chunk, we got leveled up again, so we can get veteran medic or veteran gunner. Let's go with gunner. There's no survivors here. I already decoded the radio transmission, so I don't care about getting encryption keys again. And I think we're a little pressed for time, so let's just go right back to the ship. Okay, now let's not send the damaged lightning into combat again. Let's only send the lightning and the Skylark.
Orders confirmed. We are heading to the objective now.
Come back in one piece.
Then let's just send our main fleet to also proceed to the city. Oh, our main fleet is all completely out of fuel, so we're not actually going to make it to the city, but that's fine because we have a tanker with the Skylark. Listen, capturing that ship was very important because now we have extra funding for our mission, and it's just going to be a little bit of extra work to ferry fuel towards the ship with the Skylark. But we should be fine because there's only a couple of sloggers here. They were alerted, so they're already in the air, but we should still should be an easy fight. Okay, I forgot sloggers have missiles, but we already took out one of them.
The enemy has
There we
been
go.
destroyed.
Oh, no, that one was not taken out.
Target destroyed.
There we go. Alright, so we did it again without taking any damage, although our ship is still already has damage, so we definitely need to land and repair. Battle scars. Having gained combat experience, the team will repair the ship 20% faster. Definitely helpful. And this other one, I did not send this lightning into combat, so I don't know what it's talking about here. This one makes the guns charge 20% faster. It's good. Alright, there we go. So, just capture this ship. Or capture the city. Now we can send the Skylark the full load of fuel to refuel our fleet stuck out in the middle of this desert.
Come back in one piece.
We're rejoining for minutes.
That's almost enough to get us there.
We are present for minutes. We will return to
Roger that. Good luck.
Okay, so now we can refuel the Skylark again. Doyen hurries to your ships as soon as they arrive and invites you to the feast in honor of your victory. The city seems to be in the middle of a great festival. There is music playing everywhere, and the main square is teeming with people. The feast. Around the square is a fence of tall stakes, and then upon each stake is a severed human head. When you ask about the meaning of this grisly display, one of the locals eagerly explains that these are the heads of the governor's men. So the celebration they're having is that they just defeated the governor, apparently, or at least they rebelled against him and killed several of the governor's men, and now they place their heads on stakes. So, now this event, our goal is to figure out some way to respond to this, because it's quite a horrifying thing to do to a captured enemy, but an alliance with these locals is still quite valuable, even if we don't agree with their practices. So our choices are: thank the Doyen for his invitation and attend the feast at his home, tell the Doyen to take the heads off the stakes and bury them properly. So I don't actually remember what the consequences for this event are. And attending the feast at his home, I think the reward for that might just be money or something. So let's go with option 2. Tell them to take the heads off the stakes and bury them properly. So our worldview for our own fleet is Gerat -1, as our fleet likes the Gerati people less, and kindness is +1, so they value like treating people well a little bit more because of our choices here. The Doyen and his retinue appear surprised by your reaction. It seems the feast at the Doyen's home would be called off. So yeah, that's just the outcome of that event. I don't want to spend too much time repairing ships again. This looks to be I think this was a rare module store. Once we capture this enemy ship, we'll have enough money to purchase extra missiles. Our Skylark should have enough fuel to actually get our main fleet to the city.
Roger that. Good luck.
We're
There we go.
for minutes.
Welcome back.
There we go. We got the entire fleet here. I'm not sure what that message was. We had plenty of fuel. And now we can just refuel enough to get to Ganymesh. Okay, so we still have this extremely damaged lightning here, which we can still do some repairs on. And now we can also... What happened to that ship we captured? Alright, we captured a transport ship somewhere. I don't know what happened to that. Did we already sell it? No, because our funds are still low, so... Okay, I don't know what that means. Possible that the transport ship just left at some point? I don't know. But if we don't have that, then we actually can't purchase anything else. That's really annoying. I don't know what happened there. Okay, so if we got the money from that transport ship, then it apparently disappeared quite quickly. And our lightnings are still moderately damaged. There's still a big hole in the hull right here. This one only has minor damage. I think you can afford to do a few more repairs on this. Oh, and what specialty ammo do they have? Nothing. Okay. So 1.5 more hours for repair. Fine. There we go. And we're going towards the city of Gilgamesh. Another radar or radio intercept. That's pointing back to the city of Tabal, so this is probably the enemy strike group. Arriving in 12-hour speed, 120, requires something. Galvanized pipes, 170 meters of wire, weather you can supply. Okay, this is still Kavkaz, so they're probably in the city of Tabal right now. We definitely need to keep moving to get them off our tail. Getting quite low on fuel, so we definitely need to
Orders confirmed. We are headed
land
to
here at
now.
Gilgamesh. But I have not been using this incendiary ammo, so I should probably equip this at least a little bit. Oh yeah, we definitely need it because the Nimrod is actually kind of tough, so we need to use the specialty ammo to take it out. Ammunition types, switch between special ammo and standard ammo, press R. Okay, we have incendiary ammo loaded right now. This basically just does damage over time. So it's good for taking out larger ships. But it's also very expensive. Use any more incendiary ammo because I think the Nimrod is already on fire. We're going back to high explosive, which is the default ammo type.
The enemy has been destroyed.
Nimrod looks like it's in trouble because it's completely upside down. There we go. So the incendiary ammo like burnt through part of its ship, but we need to finish off with the cheaper ammo. And we level it up again. Ever ready, makes the ship enter combat with their guns fully loaded. That's like a weapon pre-ignited from FTL. That's pretty useful. Okay, sometimes the glitches on this game make it very difficult to read. Okay, so yeah, the Nimrod had these 180mm cannons. Those are very valuable. We can't really equip them on our own ships. We can definitely sell it for money. Go. We now have some stuff that we can sell, and we still need to repair these lightnings. I'm going to land this ship so we can get the repair bonus.
Beginning final approach.
Yeah, so when the ship takes damage like this, it's much harder to control. Probably want to come in slowly here, just because it's going to be very difficult to control the roll on this ship.
300 meters.
Go.
Landing complete.
Once the ships have landed, the city's entire population comes to greet you. The people are shouting with joy, bearing flowers and gifts. They clearly resent the Lord Governor's rule. The messenger from the Doyen has arrived. He says that the Doyen wishes to see us as soon as possible, but he is too old to visit us himself. Landing our ships could be risky, or leaving our ships could be risky, Grand Duke. The people will take offense if you refuse. I think we're going to pay the Doyen a visit. What they told you was true. The Doyen is indeed a feeble old man. When you arrive, you find him in a bed in a dark room lit only by the fireplace. He does not waste any time on words of welcome. The Doyen says that he is about to die, but the Almighty has not graced him with any children. He therefore wishes to leave his greatest treasure to you. What manner of treasure? A man by the Doyen's bedside presents you with a small box. Apparently this is the contents of the box. It's a little bit hard to read because of the candlelight. But there is some Cyrillic writing up here, but most of it is in English. So it appears to be like a Bible verse. Behold, my servant shall deal prudently, he shall be exalted and extolled and be very high. As many were astonied at thee, his visage was so marred more than any man, and his form more than sons of men. So shall he sprinkle many nations, the kings shall shut their mouths at him, for that which had not been told them shall they see. It's really difficult to read with the flashing lights. And that which they had not found shall they consider. What is this Peter Ignatievich? Oh, you've never seen this one before? This is a coda, Duke. A coda is a fragment of the Book of St. Lin, the only sacred book that survived the calamity. Most codas have been lost. The ancient families and dynasties of Elat guard and treasure their surviving codas. Are you sure it's not a fake? I'm no expert, but I have heard that the Gerati codas are genuine. They say that the Gerati codas contain a prophecy. A prophecy of the savior of the world. But unfortunately, all attempts to translate them have failed. My servant shall triumph, he shall arise, he shall ascend, he shall take his place on high. Okay, interestingly, the English dialogue here doesn't match with the actual artwork here. I think the developer who made this game is Russian, or some Slavic. He speaks some Slavic language, so using English as a foreign language here, it's quite an interesting choice to me. So, apparently, the player character, Duke Sayati, is the only one who can read this English text. Grand Duke, sir, did you read it? But how? Look for yourself, the writing is as clear as day. Pyotr throws a confused glance at the scrap of paper in your hands. I don't understand. How can you read this? What does it say, Duke? It's about some servant or other. There's more. My servant shall triumph. He hath been disfigured. He shall astound many a nation. The Doyen suddenly cries out, That's right, it's all true. The old man's shout fades into a wheeze. My servant shall triumph. My servant shall triumph. The Doyen begins to gasp and cough with excitement, his eyes open wide. The old man's family runs to his bedside. We are asked to leave. Everyone is stunned by this event, as are we. How did you read the coda, Duke? My family has preserved the knowledge of this language. I don't know, Pyotr. Call it a miracle if you wish. Let's go with option 1. I am impressed, Duke. Your father's dynasty is truly the greatest bloodline in all of Elat. Bravo, Duke. You've made quite the impression on the locals. That just gained his favor with Fazl and Daud. Because apparently Duke Sayati is the only one who's still capable of reading English in this pseudo-Russian, pseudo-Afghani world. So we can continue here. We're repairing our lightning. I think we can spend a little more time here because the enemy ship is still far away. That's repairing most of it. And this one, just spend the rest of the time repairing it. And then this is Yanimesh fuel storage. Hold on. I need to sell all the cargo I just picked up. So that's the 180mm cannon, which we definitely can't install on our ship. I don't think we have enough. Like, these ships have electricity and ammo requirements, which we don't have right now. So we're just going to sell it because we need the money. And a D80 Molat. Okay, so that got us up to 22,000. That's enough for right now. In fact, that's enough to bring us all the way to Nimreth, which is the next fuel storage depot. We still don't have the enemy strike group on our Eland, so they're still far enough away that we can just fuel and repair without worry for right now. And apparently, even after all that time, they are still not nearby. I think they were last at Tabal, so if they did not know that we headed to the Sheikh, then they could be anywhere. And we've probably lost their trail. So let's just head towards the city of Mari, which allows us to purchase reinforcements. So we have the option to purchase new ships here, although we don't have very much money. We have a radio intercept. Okay, so this is another cargo ship. The route is Nagar something Oktog. So the route starts in Nagar. I don't know where the other city is. Oh, okay, so they're going Nagar, Gazim, Oktog, and we are not going to be able to catch them. And because that's getting dangerously close to the enemy strike group, not worth trying to chase that trade ship. We have lightning, Skylark. Let's send that to her.
Thermal signature detect. Roger that. Good luck.
There's some kind of thermal signature behind us. Kind of faint. Oh wait. No, it's in front of us. I was looking at the wrong thermal signature there. So this is the thermal signature we're worried about. We're not close to the enemy strike group, so I'm going to use a radar pulse here.
Attention, new target on the radar.
Yeah, this is a cargo ship, which looks like it's landing in the city of Mari, so that's actually useful. If it lands there, then as soon as we capture the city, we also capture the cargo ship. It's quite nice. Yeah, it brought its escort with it, probably one of these ships, but those are still pretty easy enough to fight. So we just have to destroy these 4 ships, and then we get the cargo ship and the city. Oh, some of them were already airborne. That's alarming. I'm not landing any of these shots. I'm just way too busy trying to dodge all of them. All the incoming fire. Oh. The cargo ship is firing missiles at us. That's quite bad. There we go. Managed to destroy all the escorts. We only took minor damage from that. Well, moderate damage. Let's see here. Just go with veteran pilot, which makes the ship more maneuverable in combat. And we captured the ship, so that's 20,000 gold. That's pretty good. That's pretty much what we started with already. Now we just need to clear out the wreckage. Let's go ahead and land the lightning so we can get some more repair bonuses.
Fire reverse thrusters.
trying to land in this 24%
100
bonus.
meters. Everyone get ready.
Because the lightning actually took more damage than I expected. Or rather, it was already damaged when we entered the fight.
Touchdown confirmed. That's the landing. Good work, everyone.
An incident in the city. Your presence is urgently requested at the main hatch. There is a large and agitated crowd of locals gathered below the ship. On the way there, you learn the reason for their outrage. One of your men started a fight in the city and killed someone in a gash-induced frenzy. I don't know what gash is. I guess it's some kind of drug. So, now we have to deal with one of our soldiers killing a local. We will hold a public trial. That'll probably make the population happy, but it makes our own crew very unhappy. This is an internal fleet matter. The man's fate will be decided by tribunal. That will have the opposite effect. Disperse at once, there will be no trial. We're at war, we cannot spare a single soldier. That sounds like something that will make everyone unhappy. So let's go with the second option, which will at least keep our own fleet morale high. Yeah, so we don't respect the Gerati. We do respect Romani more, and we follow order more, and it improves fleet morale. Your men nod in agreement. As the crowd disperses, however, you catch many frustrated looks on the locals' faces. Yeah, so that made the Gerati locals unhappy with us. But frankly, we can't afford to lose fleet morale, because that's a very important resource you become very short on later in the game. Okay, so these are the ships in the city that we are able to purchase. We can get a Jaguar heavy corvette. That's my own ship. Or a Lightning. I really don't want to buy another Lightning because I already have one. The Jaguar costs 26,000, which will leave us with about 11,000. I wonder if there's anything here I can sell. Well, there's that. Okay, the main fleet of our ship, the main fleet is still on the way here, so they have the cargo that I can possibly sell to buy a Jaguar. I don't want to buy too much fuel here. Now I can sell some of these spare parts. I don't know which of these I want to sell though. I definitely don't want to sell nuclear missiles, because A, they aren't worth that much. 4,000 gold compared to this turret, which is worth 3,000 gold. Seems like I don't know. It's definitely not worth it to sell these missiles. These planes here, I haven't actually used airplanes yet, so I guess I can afford to sell these. I don't remember picking up an R5 Zenith. That's an anti-ship missile, but I don't have anyone that actually mounts an anti-ship missile. So I'll sell that as well, which barely helps. Then I can buy a Jaguar. No, that's a Mockingbird. Okay, so when you go back to this city, it just resets the position of everything. That's kind of confusing. Okay, so the Jaguar has 180mm cannons and a 37mm cannon. Attack heavy corvette. Let's go. Let's buy this. I definitely need something that's not a Lightning for the late game. Because Lightnings, they're basically only useful when you're fighting like Courageouses. You need something else to fight, you know, bigger ships. Oh, there's a save point at Nagar. And we are like, I don't know, like a quarter of the way to Kiva. And we still don't really have enough ships to actually split into multiple fleets here. Yeah, let's go towards Nagar, and then we can go to Bochum to get extra fuel.
Warning, radar emission detected.
Okay, so we have a strike group just on the very edge of Elant range at bearing 240, which is the city of Gazam. So if they were at Tabal, now they're at Gazam, that means that they are probably heading back north towards Nagar. That's a problem, because that's where we are headed. And I really do not want to get into ship-to-ship combat with the strike group. Okay, they're getting closer here. It's alarming. We have enough fuel to make it to Baram. And they're at 3 bars of power now, so let's try not to... Okay, we got a refund on the fuel we bought. We still have enough fuel to make it to Baram. Let's just leave immediately.
Warning, radar emission detected.
Okay, that's not good. There is now another Elent at 60 degrees. Although that's a weak signal, so... Hopefully they aren't sitting at the city of Baram. It's getting stronger. Okay, they are like right on top of us. That's not good. And we don't have enough fuel to go to any other city besides Mari and Baram. Hold on. Okay, I'm going to turn on selective radar mode. This converts our radar to search in a narrow beam here. So we're going to do 1 pulse on the radar. Got barely anything there.
Thermal signature detected.
We have a thermal signature towards bearing 60.
Attention, new target on the radar.
Okay, yeah. Those are anti-ship missiles. So someone is nearby launching missiles at us. And now I finally have a use for these aircraft. I can launch 1 plane with anti-aircraft missile to shoot down this cruise missile. What I don't know is where they are exactly, so I can't respond with my own missiles. Although presumably if they fired it from this direction, they are probably somewhere in the line from this missile, but they could be moving towards the city of Baram. I just don't know their current location. Okay, so whoever's north of us already knows our position, so there's no harm in turning this radar on full time.
Attention, new target on the radar.
That's multiple missiles heading our way.
Attention, new target on the...
So these aircraft can intercept anti-ship missiles and hopefully shoot them down, but we have 3 missiles and only 2 interceptors, so we're gonna have to tank at least one of these missiles.
Attention, new
So
target
there's
on the
4
radar.
missiles. And it's not guaranteed that the aircraft will actually destroy the cruise missile. Okay, luckily they took out 2 cruise missiles, leaving 2 of them heading towards us. Although I see 4 contacts on the radar.
Attention, new
There we go.
target
There's
on
the enemy
radar.
strike group. I definitely do not want to fire a nuclear missile at them. So let's fire a non-nuclear cruise missile at them. So we're launching our own missiles at them.
Attention, new target
They
on the
are
radar.
launching a lot of missiles at us.
Missile launched.
Okay, so our 2 anti-aircraft, like our 2 air superiority fighters, are now back from their mission, but they need to refuel, I guess. So we can't send them again on another mission for a few hours. The only thing we have left are sending our planes out with 37mm cannons, which is not a good use of planes. So we need to just face tank these 3 cruise missiles.
Attention, new target on the radar.
We don't really have anything to take them out either. Well, okay, we have a Jaguar which has 37mm cannons, but that's... And our Sevastopol has like anti-missile missiles, so that gives us some survivability, some ability to not be destroyed by these missiles. So we just have to take it. Defending against missiles. Tactical missile incoming. Try to destroy it with your anti-air fire before it hits one of your ships.
Missile away.
There we go. We destroyed 1 incoming missile. There's still 3 more coming.
Missile away.
Okay, there's still 2 missiles, and our missiles are proceeding towards them.
Missile launched.
Okay, looks like our interceptor missiles are... Oh god, we just took a direct hit on the Sevastopol, which is not bad. I don't think we actually took too much damage from that. Like, I don't see any red parts on the Sevastopol, so... We survived that missile hit at least. Oh, this is our missile attacking the enemy ship. Okay, our missile was destroyed.
Missile away.
And we destroyed the incoming missile. And this is our other missile attacking the enemy ships. Destroyed. Alright, so if you read Red Storm Rising, the chapter Dance of the Vampires is kind of like this. Just launching a shitload of anti-ship missiles at each other, hoping that some of them get through. Okay, so we have 2 KH-15s and 2 KH-15Ns, which are nuclear. I really do not want to start a nuclear war right now. Because right now, the enemy is only firing conventional missiles at us, and we are firing conventional missiles at them. This strike group is extremely close, so I'm just going to launch all my remaining conventional missiles at them. I do have 6 missiles in storage, but it takes time to actually reinstall them. So we're going to launch all of our conventional missiles at the nearby strike group.
Missile away.
The enemy runs out of interceptors eventually, so... Oh, nice. That might have been a complete destruction of that ship. No. They have 4 ships still. Hopefully, we can destroy at least one of them. Okay, so now we don't have any more non-nuclear missiles. The only option we have now is to launch planes with unguided bombs at them. So let's go ahead and do that. We can launch a flight of 3 planes and see how they react. Okay, they shot down every single plane. And we only scored 2 bomb hits, which means they are still doing just fine. Yeah, this is why I had the spare planes earlier, which would be quite nice to still have them. Okay, let's use these 100-pound bombs, 100-kilo bombs. We just lost 3 of our attack planes, and we're sending out the remaining 3. I don't think these guys are going to score anything useful here. But we need everything we can to survive against these ships. Okay, we lost 1 attack plane. We still have 2 left. Again, it's going to take time for them to rearm, but we took out one of these incoming ships. Our fast attack craft are still refueling or whatever. I don't want to split my fleet right now because we are very close to fighting this one. I'm not really sure how to deal with this because even when we destroyed this strike group, we still have another one that's very close by, which is also going to attack us, so we may just have to launch nuclear weapons here because we don't have very many other options. We are down to 2 attack aircraft, 2 fast aircraft. We have no more conventional cruise missiles. And we still have 3 ships in this group and an unknown number of ships on the other group. Okay, this radar is not helpful right now. Alright, this might just be a lost game because I don't think I'm going to be able to take out 2 strike groups without using nuclear missiles here. And once I do that, they're going to use nuclear missiles against me. And I just can't survive that. But let's just play it out, see how it goes. Okay, sending lightnings to attack these is pretty pointless. I really want to keep the Jaguar safe so we can have it later on.
woman.
Okay, so we hear, yeah, this famous song. You might have heard these songs used as a meme even without knowing about HighFleet. But we are sending our 2 lightnings to attack this ship and hopefully slow them down enough and maybe cause enough damage to actually save the rest of our ship. But these are highly armored, highly armed cruisers, and we may not be able to do anything against them, even with their... Yeah, let's just try to launch a load of incendiary ammo and then retreat and see what we can accomplish here. Oh, they're already launching missiles at us. Wow, that is a lot of missiles. This ship's already completely destroyed.
Structural damage received.
Let's just bail out of that ship. You can't recover it.
Evacuate the ship.
Oh my god. Okay, so that enemy missile just hit the enemy ship. That's lucky, but it's not really going to help us here. Yeah, this is not a very good battle to be in. But we need to do something to slow them down before they reach the main ship, the main fleet. Got one of them, but this ship is toast. Oh wait, we have one more fire suppression left. Okay, there's still a ship above us. Oh, there's a missile. Alright, that's complete destruction of this fleet. We took out one of the ships and did major damage to another one. But, we're still not in a very good position here. We still have no aircraft ready to fight.
Thermal signature detected. Attention. Visual contact.
I have no idea what the heck that is. Apparently they sent another group of ships to attack us. The only combat ship we have that's really useful here is the Sevastopol and the Jaguar. And they sent an Intrepid and a Courageous. That's actually pretty easy to take out, so let's just do that. How is this Courageous still alive?
Target destroyed.
There we go. Okay, so They sent out some ships to intercept us, but we managed to take them out with minimal casualties here. And this strike group was slowed down enough that we can possibly outrun them, but we don't exactly have enough fuel to actually go anywhere. The best we could hope for is that some of our planes finish refueling, and we can send them to attack the rest of the strike group. And maybe reload some conventional missiles into here. Oh my god, why did that ship stop? So if we can load some more missiles into this Yars. 2.8 hours. I don't think we're going to load all of them in there, but let's see what happens. Nope, did not load them, because the ship just paused for some reason. I didn't understand why. Okay, we still have these Griffins left, some of which have been damaged. We do have armor-piercing bullets, but that's not, it's not really going to help us too much. We only have 10 of them. Luckily, they launched all their missiles at the Lightnings earlier. Oh my god, we just took out that Griffin, like, with that one hit. I mean, we got multiple hits on it, and, it must have hit something critical, like an ammo box or something. Okay. Oh my god, okay. Taking out those Griffins was a lot easier than I thought it would be, but still took quite a bit of damage on our Jaguar there. So that's one strike group down. We still have another one to our south, which is completely undamaged. I really, really wish I did not have to sit through this wreckage right here, because I need to continue repairing those, or rearming those missiles. Great, it just canceled all the work on here. Okay. Actually, I don't even have Elant on the other strike group right now, so we actually have quite a bit of time. They may not even know our position. Oh, there we go.
Radar emission detected.
Okay, so they're still at 210. They're at the very edge of Elant range, so they're probably around the city of Mari and approaching us. That does give us enough time to rearm all of our missiles. In fact, we already rearmed them. And now we have some time to repair this Jaguar. Okay, we don't have 28 hours. And let's see, we don't have any other missiles here. Okay, I'd like to take out some of these nuclear missiles from the Triumphant. Then install more conventional cruise missiles here. That's a little more relevant to our needs right now. It's going to take 10 hours to do this. Okay, we still have a Elant. We have a strike group approaching us, getting very close on Elant. We can fire some cruise missiles at them. Just see if these hit anything useful. What the heck was that? don't know exactly where they are, but they're close enough that they're full power on the Eland. There we go. There's only 3 ships in this strike group.
Target destroyed.
And we took out one of them. Okay, I think it's still worth it to send 2 more cruise missiles at them.
Missile away.
We're getting pretty solid hits on them because they don't have any missile defense. Okay, we only took out one of them, but at least the other 2 are damaged now. They are not in our radar range yet.
Attention,
There
new
we
target
go.
on the radar.
Okay, I'm going to send some planes. We have these fast aircraft here. Hopefully they won't be shot down by the anti-aircraft guns. Okay, those are big hits. And none of them were shot down, that's pretty good. And of course, it didn't actually destroy the ships. Oh, you know what? I need to actually check whether there's more armor-piercing ammunition available. That might just be useful if the Jaguar has any. Or if the Jaguar can fire armor-piercing armor-piercing ammo at them. And there is none. We only have 2 armor-piercing shots left. We have 2 more planes left that we can launch these 250 kilo bombs from. These ones are slow enough they might be shot down, but we need everything we can get here. Oh, yep.
Kill confirmed.
Okay, we got a kill on 1 ship, so there's only 1 left. So the Jaguar is still under repair, and we don't have any more cruise missiles to send at them. All of our planes are refueling. Just wondering if there's anything I can do here to weaken this before they make contact again. Our Jaguar is still heavily damaged, which means that if we can't use the Jaguar, the only thing we could send is the Sevastopol, which is very wasteful. Sevastopol will definitely take a lot of damage from direct combat. Although it is quite powerful, it could take it out, but it's going to take a lot of damage as well. So I think I'm going to send the Jaguar in and hope that the armor piercing is enough to do a lot of damage. Oh wow, this thing is already severely damaged, so we may not actually need that. I'll take it anyways because it's still useful. So we have 2 armor-piercing shells here, and then what is this called? A bogey? Whatever it is, it's already taken a lot of damage, so hopefully...
Missile destroyed.
Oh my god, what just happened? We are severely damaged here.
Engine overheating.
I might need to restart this battle, because we are not going to be able to fly again. Okay, so that just takes a morale hit for everyone, but whatever, we can restart this. Oh, we can also launch an anti-ship missile.
Missile away. Overheating engine.
that did something. What the heck? Alright, we need to restart again. We only have 2 armor-piercing shots here, so I really need to make these count. Can't even see him. I don't actually know where his bridge is, so this is really difficult. I'm just trying to hit the weak spot in his armor right now. There we go. Direct hit on the fuel tank, took him out in 1 shot. I wasted all the armor-piercing ammo I had. Took a lot of damage in return. But that's 2 strike groups down, and we didn't have to go nuclear to do it. Be advised, rogue Tarkan spotted east of city Bahram. Armed escort mandatory for all ships when navigating the area. So somewhere east of Bahram is another Tarkan that we can use, or that we can convince to join our fleet. And again, the Jaguar took a ton of damage from there. We need to find like a shipyard so we can actually repair this in a timely manner. I don't know. I think I'm just gonna sell this because I really need the cash right now. We have plenty of fuel, so we're just gonna wait for this to refuel. Okay, we can sell that cannon. It's at least worth some extra money. Oh, and we need to rearm this Yars with 1 missile that we have left. We have 7 hours here, may as well spend some of it refueling. Turn off the radar. Just fast forward. Okay, we've been here for a while, so they're going to start alerting enemy strike groups to our position again. They already know we're here, so we don't want to give them more information to use against us. Okay, now we're refueled. A little more to repair. And now we can go to the city east of Bahram, which is probably where a Tarkan is. Our radio intercept. Going 90, arrival in less than whatever hour, arrival in less than an hour. Going blank speed. This is probably a cargo ship. We don't know where they are or where they're headed, so that's not helpful to us. If we can capture the city of Kushan. Oh, I lost both the lightnings in that attack earlier. The only thing I have left is Jaguar, which is heavily damaged already, and a Skylark. Hopefully that's enough to capture the city.
Roger that. Godspeed.
Yeah, this should be enough. Wow, I missed both those shots.
Target destroyed.
There we go. So it's pretty inefficient to use a Jaguar to attack those, but we don't have a choice here. Let's land the Jaguar and hope we can repair it a little faster. The highest repair bonus here is 17%.
Beginning final approach.
That's not great, but it's better than nothing.
Thrusters. 500 meters. 300 meters. 100 meters. Everyone get ready. Touchdown confirmed.
That building is very close to the landing pad. It's like directly in front of it. That'd be a very shitty place to live. Oh, we have a Tarkan here that we can speak to convince to join us. And he has a gladiator. That'd be very helpful. You were surprised to see an odd group of people approaching you. At least a dozen men, well armed and clad in assault armor. The men's cuirasses and faces bear the marks of overly long military service, and yet their gold stars are polished to a shine, and the arms they bear, while scuffed, glisten with fresh grease. So we meet another Tarkin here, Yemoyen Gulyayev. In the name of Ishu, peace be with you. In the name of the Empire, I welcome you. Or glory to Gerat and welcome. I have no idea if this man is Romani or Gerati. So let's just go with the Empire. Okay, so he's a proud Romani. Now that boosted our fleet morale, which was very useful because we were running like low on that. Your Imperial Highness, permission to reintroduce myself, Yemoyan Gulyayev, Colonel of the Airborne Forces. How did you end up here? Or Colonel, we're assaulting Kiva. Would you care to join us? The Colonel's eyes darken. He pauses, then lets out a bitter chuckle before he speaks. After His Majesty, your father, abandoned us all here, neither I nor my men have had any further connection to the Airborne Forces. I'll be honest with you, Duke. I'm a Tarkan too, after all. You were abandoned here? The Colonel turns away. You can't see his eyes, but you do see his face twitch as he winces and scowls. When he turns his back to you, his voice is completely calm. 7 years ago, Duke. We expected you to arrive 7 years ago. His eyes soften, his lips move, showing a hint of a smile. But still, it brings me joy to hear my mother tongue again. Colonel, we're assaulting Kiva. Would you care to join us? You have my full attention. Speak your mind. So, we know he's a proud Romani, but we don't know anything else besides that. We have faith, Gerati, your deep sense of respect for the Tarkan. Your speech seems to have put them at ease, so we like that. He's not afraid of us. We don't know if he's religious or not. Okay, so he's anti-religious. So we like that speech where we talked about the dangers of faith. The untold riches that await the victor in Gerat. You speak the truth. So he loves wealth. That was good. Of the war with Kiva and why it is necessary, I'm going to guess this guy is in favor of using force. And then with a good speech bonus, that puts us up to 3 stars. I don't want to give a bronze icon because he's not religious. That won't help us. We get a good speech bonus for this? I don't know. No. Okay, so we get 3 stars out of that. There's another Tarkan living to the north of here. And he just joined our fleet. He brought a ship, the Gladiator. And 3,000 gold. That's all very helpful. Now we still need to repair our Jaguar here. It's going to take 22 hours. That's a very long time to stay in the city. I'd rather not stay that long. We're going to do another partial repair here. And hope that's enough to... like make it to the next city. There are extra planes we can buy here. And extra cruise missiles. Definitely going to get cruise missiles. I really want to buy extra planes because we lost so many of them. But we just can't afford to get all of these. In fact, we can't even afford to get the 4 cruise missiles. So, okay, we don't need to refuel here. I don't see anything that I want to purchase there. Although we have ammo that we can sell. 130mm proximity fuse. We can sell that. It's not worth much, but we can still sell it. Still have enough fuel to make it to Nimreth without any more refueling. So let's just wait here to repair and then proceed to Nimreth. Oh, you know what? I need to install those missiles that I bought. I just reset the Triumphant to its default missiles, so that should be fine. So we have fuel. Most of our ships are in decent enough condition. We are very short on aircraft. And the only combat ships we have are the Gladiator and the Jaguar, which are very expensive to send into combat. But this is, we have to play with the hand we're dealt, so we have to keep going from here. So we can go here, pick up more fuel for cheap, but we definitely need to get extra cash eventually. So we need to capture a cargo ship at some point. I'm going to send out the Skylark and the Gladiator. Radio intercept. Let's hope it's a cargo ship that we can actually capture here. Okay, we know their ETA 12 hours. Heading was not intercepted, so completely useless message. We don't even know exactly where they are. So no cargo ships yet. Okay, so they spotted us, and they are now alerted. Luckily, the Gladiator is a really good anti-aircraft ship. It's good at ship-to-ship combat, so this will be easy.
Kill confirmed. Target destroyed.
I think we took 0 damage on that, anyways. Ships of Garati Tarkin spotted north of city Nimreth. Armed escort mandatory. Okay, so there's another Tarkan north of Nimreth. Will at least be a little bit useful.
Welcome back.
And the Gladiator took 9 damage. That's not really worth landing. The best repair bay here is 16%.
Tunnel approach. Fire reverse thrusters.
Oh, so that's kind of a narrow repair bay, so I don't want to land there. We can land on the border between the 12 and 6 here
300 meters.
and get a repair bonus that's very good.
100 meters. Throwing it ready.
When you land across 2 different repair bays like this, you get bonuses from both of them. So this will give us an 18% repair bonus.
Touchdown confirmed. Success. Thanks for your hard work.
The caravan. A dozen colorful tents dot the sand along the edge of the city, surrounded by vehicles and scurrying servants. All signs of a visiting caravan. You decide to pay them a visit and ask them about current events. The caravan leader invites you into his tent and shares his deepest concern with you. Grand Noyan. The stars that guide us are disappearing. You hear emotion in his voice as he continues. I refused to believe it at first, but the Star of the East, Al Jarmi, has not been in the sky for a month. The charts I bought in Mashed are useless now that Al Jarmi is no more. These are the end times, Grand Noyan. These are the end time. The Elim shakes his head in sorrow. Ask the caravan drivers about Tarkans, Kiva convoys, or hidden cities. When I get this event, I always choose hidden cities, because that's always a little bit more useful to just have a city that's completely non-hostile to you. So there's a hidden city to the west of here. I'll talk about that when we get back to the strategic view. So we have this Jaguar here, which still needs repairs. Okay, it's down to 7 hours. That's good. See, all of our cruise missiles are rearmed and reloaded. And we need a queue of repair on the longbow as well to repair this last plane. Supplies, we need extra fuel. Yeah, I'm not really sure where I want to go here. Let's see what we can sell. Okay, incendiary is worth money, but I just need to get that cash back, and I can sell off some of these anti-aircraft missiles. That'll give us some extra cash to work with. So, far west of Nimreth, there's a hidden city, which is probably going to be in this desert right here. That means we actually need to fly into this desert to find it, which we are kind of short on fuel, but it may be worth it to actually land there. There aren't any strike groups that I know about nearby, so probably the best thing to do is to go to this intel spot, get information about strike groups, and then proceed to a hidden city. All of our ships are repaired. We still don't have any planes to replace the ones we lost, but that's fine. And the hidden city might be in here, so I'm going to turn on radar, do a full sweep, and set it to ground radar mode, and just see if we pass through a hidden city here. We have a new radio intercept. Sapphire going 90 ETA in less than an hour, going 90, prepare fuel. Okay, so there's another cargo ship somewhere nearby, but we don't know its exact location and we don't know where it's headed, so that's not very helpful. More radio messages. Son of Sayadi, also here, wishes to meet with you. Okay, those are very annoying. Okay, there's no hidden city in that area, so it's probably somewhere over here. Tourmaline, now heading north-northwest, going at speed 110, flying north-northwest. Please obtain liquefied oxygen. That might be a strike group or it might be a cargo ship. But it's heading north here, so either way we probably aren't going to find it. If you're heading north-northwest, they're probably following this path right here. So we still have a little bit of leeway to either avoid a strike group or, you know, not catch that cargo ship, which is fine.
Thermal signature detected.
There's a thermal signature up there, so there's probably a cargo ship at this city. We don't have anything on Elint, so we can afford to use our radar to search.
Attention, new target on the radar.
Yeah, there's a ship taking off from here, so let's just keep our radar on. Capture this ship. There we go. So it's a cargo ship that we just ran into completely on coincidence. The escorts are pretty weak, so we're going to take them in a fight. Oh, some of the escorts are still in the air.
A generator has been destroyed. The fuel system is burning.
Okay, I don't know why we took a direct hit on that missile. That was incredibly damaging to us. we go. We got 20,000 gold out of that. That's quite fortunate because we were running very low on gold. Okay, now we get some free fuel, some free ammo we can sell. Another radio message. Another encrypted message. Go ahead and reset all the encryption here. They change the code. Like the strike groups change their codes every so often. So we need to figure out. We need to decode this message again. I really don't see anything here that helps us decode it. I was hoping this 5-letter word here would decode to speed, but it doesn't. We don't have any cipher keys, do we? So we have no idea what this is supposed to decode to. We have these numbers here, which we may be able to use to find, I don't know, some kind of speed. I can reset this to 9. Nothing else really makes sense here. Okay, let's try to decode this to the word on. Okay, some of that makes a little more sense, but let's try in. Okay, I think this word here is supposed to be arrive, so we can decode this. There we go. No, wait. There we go. There we go. We just decoded this encrypted message here. Will arrive in approximately 8 hours. Route Kiriath, Kala, Shaley. No passengers. Something forward meeting. Okay, so there's Kiriath, Kala, Shaley. So there's some cargo aircraft that's actually headed here. We probably aren't going to be able to catch them. We cannot land until the fire ends, whatever. Okay, there's another message. Baran, Suva, Baram, cargo, uranium concentrate. Okay, I mean, someone's approaching us. We'll actually be able to intercept them just by sitting
Thermal
here.
signature detected.
Okay, there's a ship nearby somewhere.
Attention, new target on the radar.
That's going very fast. That might be some kind of interceptor set to attack us. So let's send the Jaguar and the Skylark after it.
Roger that. Godspeed.
I have no idea what this is. It's absolutely covered in missiles, so this must be some kind of interceptor or like something set to attack us. But if we can get even one hit on these missiles, this entire thing is going to blow up. bad. I was really bad at dodging those. Ooh, there's a direct hit on the side.
Missile destroyed. Fuel system is on fire. Fuel system is on fire. Fuel tanks are on fire. Engine overheating. Target destroyed.
There we go. Took a little more damage than I wanted to, but I have no idea what that ship was trying to do. I guess getting close enough to launch all those missiles.
We have returned to formation. Over.
Roger that.
Maneuver complete. We are clearing to formation.
Alright, now that we're here, we can repair the Jaguar and the Gladiator. Just took a lot of damage in those battles. It's not really good landing places here.
Beginning final approach. 500 meters. 300 meters. 100 meters. Throwing it ready. Touchdown confirmed. Fire reverse thrusters. Beginning final approach. 500 meters. 300 meters. 100 meters. Throwing it ready. Touchdown confirmed. That's the landing.
Alright.
Good work, everyone.
We got a very good repair bonus on the Gladiator, which is good because that took a lot of damage. Oh, here's a random event about the player character, I guess. You are sitting in your cabin alone with your charts. As you carefully chart a new course, you notice an ant crawling on the map. Squash the ant or an ant queen. Where did it come from? It must have flown in through the window. Great. Now I'll lay eggs in here and I'll have an ant infestation in my cabin. Why can't I just kill you? Mindless insect. It crawled out of a vile egg in some fetid corner of a nest. And now you dream of finding another fetid corner just like your birthplace. You have no idea I'm addressing you right now. You probably think I'm just a very large ant. You think I want to eat you, don't you? And you don't even realize you found your way onto my ship. You don't even know what a ship is. This knowledge is simply unavailable to you. It's too big, too impossible to understand. And try as I might, I can't explain why I'm sitting here all alone talking to you. I'm crawling across the face of the world just as you're crawling across my chart, trying to save myself and everyone I love. And someone else has been talking to me all the while. Cover the ant with a glass and tell your aide to remove it from the ship. You can already imagine the junior officers laughing as they discuss this in the wardroom. People fear you less. No, nothing happens. I thought it would get you a kindness +1 for that. Okay, so with the 60% repair bonus, it's going to take 7 hours to repair the Gladiator. Then another 7 hours to repair the Jaguar. Luckily, those are the only things we need to repair right now. They don't have anything else that we can buy. And we need to refuel here, because I want to go find that hidden city in the desert. That'd be a very poor use of fuel. Now, luckily we just captured intel, so we know we can at least find the location of the nearest strike group, which is to the south of us and approaching. Okay, so that's why they sent an interceptor to us. They're directly to the south of us, and at least if we head into the desert, they're probably not going to follow us. More cargo ships to the south, or to the north of us. The hidden city is somewhere in here. The enemy strike group is not close enough to be on Eland, so hopefully we can just turn on our ground radar and find the city from here.
Warning, radar emission
Okay,
detected.
now they're on Eland, coming from the north. That means there's another 2 strike groups closing in. Ooh, this is really bad. I think that's just another cargo ship, even though it says carrying weaponry. I think that's just cargo. But yeah, there's a strike group closing in from the north and another one closing in from the south. The heck? Okay, don't really know how to use these charting tools, but this guy is 1,600 kilometers away. And whoever's to the north is close enough that they're within Eland range, which makes it about 1,500 kilometers. So they're probably north of Kiriath. If we can just move westward without getting caught. I don't want to deal with this right now. Okay, granted, I think that's the name of that's like the call sign of a strike group. So we still have 2 strike groups closing in. One of them is very close. I want to get enough fuel to go.
Warning, radar emission detected.
Okay, that's the other Eland south of us. Surprisingly, this is not getting closer to us. Just a little more time and we have enough fuel to go at least halfway into the desert. They aren't getting closer. It's dangerous in the city now. We have just enough fuel to reach Issa. But we're on Eland on both sides here, so... I'm gonna go just westwards into this desert and try to find the hidden city. I know hidden cities are guaranteed to be friendly, so it doesn't really matter. If we can find it, then we have a safe place to lay low for a while. They aren't going to report our position to the strike groups, but we have to actually find it first. Okay, these radio intercepts are getting kind of annoying. That's encrypted, but do not have enough to actually decrypt anything here. Oh wait, I can decrypt some of this. There we go. Okay, so I partially decrypted this message, but since I use auto intercept, I don't have enough information to know what they're saying. But Granite is, I think, another strike group, so they're definitely sending communications around here. Okay, let's just go all the way to Issa. I have not found the hidden city. Oh wait, it's right there. Oh, that's perfect. Hold on, yeah, I want to actually intercept this message completely. Okay, so some cargo ship is moving towards Issa. We can possibly intercept that, but now we found this hidden city. We can actually just land here. Okay, another radio message. Like I said, these messages get very tedious when you get tons of them in the middle of trying to do something. This one's going Messiah something Kua. Okay, again, another cargo ship is probably going through Issa, so we can possibly capture that and intercept them. So yeah, the hidden cities are always friendly, so there's no defense garrison here. We can just land in them directly. We don't really have anything significant to repair here. The city of the hidden people welcomes your squadron with great excitement. Its entire population pours out onto the street to meet you. The children run to and fro with shouts of glee, the men offer you their solemn greetings, and the women rush to you with flowers. Fleet morale +2. The doyen of the city promises to help your squadron in any way he can. No one fears the gathering here, and everyone wishes for your endeavor to succeed. So they gave us a bunch of radar homing missiles. Kind of a weird thing for a city to just have around. Some more radar missiles. Actually, those are like air defense missiles. The gathering doesn't even know this city exists, and none of the people here will give us away, Pyotr Ignatyevich says confidently. We're safe here. We can stay as long as we need to. This place doesn't look half bad. What do you say, Duke? Pyotr looks around the valley. Should we perhaps stay here and found a colony of our own? Half jokingly, Pyotr grins. You don't remember the last time you saw him in such high spirits. Oh, I can imagine it, Dodd joins in the conversation. You'd make a fine farmer, General. Why not? Pyotr Ignatyevich answers, unexpectedly seriously. I'm an old man, Sharif. Living out my autumn years in peace and quiet doesn't sound bad after all. So we land here. The people greet us warmly. Yeah, we don't have to actually fight our way into the city. Oh, we're missing an ammo module here. That's not good. And they don't have the parts to repair that. So that means some of the guns on the Gladiator will not be functional. But at least we got some extra radar homing missiles out of that. We only need a little bit of fuel to get to Issa. And they don't really have anything. They don't have a lot of specialty ammo here. So, okay, they just gave us some free missiles, and it's a safe hidden place in the middle of the desert. But we can't stay here for long anyways, because we still need to like intercept those ships near Issa. Again, there's like 5 or so ships going through Issa. If we can just go there and capture and like just sit on Issa, we can probably capture a couple of cargo ships. But this strike group to the north is still directly north of us. So that means they probably went from Kiryath to Messiah. And they're going to be very close to us in Issa. That's honestly not good, because then it's going to be a very close shot for them to attack us, especially with missiles. But let's go ahead and try anyways. Actually, let's leave our flagship here and just send the Gladiator and the Jaguar out to capture this city.
We are present for now.
Roger that. Good luck.
Okay, yeah, so the Skylark I know carries an ELINT system and an IRST, so that gives us a little bit of warning when there are enemy strike groups approaching. Okay, so some cargo ship on this side of this desert. It's not very helpful to us.
Thermal signature detected.
Okay, that's probably a transport ship in this city. Rapidly approaching us, that's fine.
Attention, visual contact. Attention, visual.
Holy crap. Okay, so we got 2 transport ships here and a bunch of escorts. I mean, these escorts are kind of weak, but there's still a lot of them, so this is going to be... We need to fight off all of these ships in order to capture these 2 cargo ships. Okay, so you can only fight 3 ships at a time, so probably Courageous, Slogger, that's going to be the only thing we face at first. That's still quite a lot of stuff that we have to take out in order to win this fight. That out in 1 hit. The Jaguar has a 180mm cannon, which does quite a lot of damage on impact. But still requires you to get hits, which is very difficult. That Courageous just tanked a 180mm. Lost engines on the Jaguar, so... Oh my god. Okay, that's not good. I really don't want to deal with losing an entire ship like that. I'm not actually sure what just damaged me there. Holy crap, that just knocked a hole completely through my ship. Okay, I'm going to restart again. This is going to take a big morale hit. I really don't want to lose a Jaguar in a really stupid way. Wow, okay. to get this Jaguar out of here because I'm just taking a lot of damage already. Okay, that's the cargo ship, so we've almost destroyed all the escorts. Oh, that was every escort. Okay. Alright, that got us 2 cargo ships, got us, 40,000 gold. Okay, that's really good. We're not short of money anymore, but we probably alerted to our position in Isa. Oh my god, these radio messages are very annoying.
Thermal signature detected.
Okay, that's either a cargo ship coming to land here, or it's a missile. I really hope it's a cargo ship, because I don't have any way to deal with missiles right now. You can scan it on the IRST. That's large enough that it's a cargo ship, but I really can't tell on this.
Attention.
Oh my god, it's a missile. Okay, so the strike group up here definitely noticed that we captured the ships here, and they're now firing missiles at us. Okay, another random event. The flagship quartermaster visits you with a report. There are far too many firearms missing on several of the ships in your squadron. The officers claim that they were lost in battle, but the quartermaster suspects theft. He thinks someone in the squadron has been systematically pilfering firearms. We should trust the officers in this matter. One cannot be expected to account for every single piece of equipment lost in the heat of battle, or begin the investigation. Let's go with this one. Your officers nod in gratitude. Everyone is busy enough as it is. An internal investigation would be an unwanted distraction. So that's Sergeant Major Sixta coming along to ask people why their rifles are missing or whatever. Okay, repairing that's going to take forever. And I don't think it's worth to just sit here and repair it, because we will definitely take damage when that missile hits. Why is our fuel range on this so low? Oh yeah, there's a couple of trade ships nearby. One of them is heading towards us, but right now we have a missile that's a much more pressing concern. Actually, we can launch missiles from here and hopefully distract the strike group. We don't have any air defense missiles here.
Structural damage received.
Alright, that was a very bad hit.
Missile away.
I guess they aren't launching any more missiles though. Oh yeah, here's the strike group. They are launching a lot of interceptors just for this cruise missile. So that missile hit almost completely destroyed the Jaguar. Wow, that is ridiculous. Okay, so the reason it survived is because the bridge is still intact, and we still have 2 engines, so it's technically flyable. Repairing it would take 52 hours, surprisingly not that much longer than the original repair estimate. This would take 5 hours. So, and that's actually fine. It might be worthwhile to just sell the Jaguar. and then evacuate the gladiator back to the hidden valley, or the hidden city. Yeah, I really do not want to carry around a broken Jaguar forever. Okay, that's why our range was messed up. The Jaguar was messed up. Yeah, I don't need 300mm incendiary. If we can clear out the city of Misaif, then we can actually purchase some extra ships there, hopefully. Or go to Kuwa, and get a Tarkan there. Well, not a Tarkan, but... Oh, Misaif is a repair... Okay, so the only place we can get new ships is Kuwa. So let's at least wait for the Gladiator to repair. Elint is still at very low power. I don't know if the AI can tell that they actually scored a hit. From the AI's perspective, it might just be they launched a missile blindly and then they received a couple of missiles, so I don't know. But with just a Gladiator and a Skylark, we can actually probably capture Kuba and hopefully get a new ship there. But there is this transport ship that's actually approaching here. Now let's go back to Isa and actually land there.
Attention.
There we go, there's the transport ship. There's another transport ship near the strike group. But we can just intercept this. Oh, it has no escort, that's good. Alright. That's the third transport ship we captured here. Another encrypted message, which I probably don't have enough information to decode, so I'm not going to bother with that.
Thermal signature detected.
There's another thermal signature here. That's probably another missile.
Attention.
Oh, yeah.
Visual contact.
Okay, that just hit my Skylark. It's really bad. I did not destroy it, but that's not good. Oh, they don't even have the parts to repair the fuel tank in the middle. Okay, we still have enough range to actually reach Kuba, even with the damaged Skylark. So let's just leave immediately. Okay, so here's another encrypted message. Now this is plenty of information, so we can probably decode this. Okay, I was hoping this would decode to speed, but it didn't, so we have to just go somewhere else and hope that we can figure out what the rest of this is. I still haven't captured any cipher keys. Okay, this might decode to speed. There we go. Speed 110, course southeast, no passengers. Southeast. So someone's heading back to the city of Nagar. That's not very helpful. Luckily, there's not a very strong garrison here, so we should be able to take this easily. Easy enough. Okay, securing radio intel is probably a good idea because you won't always be able to decode the radio just by guessing. Okay, so we can purchase extra ships here, and we have plenty of money now. So we can get a Scarab, a Meteor Mark III, a new Skylark, and another Skylark. So actually, I could probably sell this. Not worth that much. Actually, worth surprisingly close to the price of a new Skylark. Yeah, it's 13,000 new, and I can sell the current completely destroyed one for 11,000. Yeah, someone is getting a raw deal there, but it looks like I'm actually getting the good side of the deal. See, I have 96,000 right now, so yeah, I think it's a good idea to just sell the current Skylark and then purchase a new one. Okay, I'd rather get the Scarab instead of the Meteor, because the Scarab actually has missiles on it and it has more survivability options. Because it actually has a flare launcher and an APS system. So yeah, it's good with Scarab. The Gladiator should have minimal repairs. Actually, I can't repair it. Supplies. We have plenty of fuel, actually. Back with 2 Skylarks, we have insane fuel range. Oh, we actually have armor-piercing 180mm. That'll be useful eventually, because I managed to get a couple of good hits on those strike groups earlier with the 180 armor-piercing. So if we can replicate that again, it can save us a lot of effort. I still have plenty of rockets. I don't need any of this other ammo. I don't want to sell the proximity fuse. Okay, so now that we're here, I think I can send this down to capture the city of Nagar. And at least, okay. The strike group apparently is moving south to Issa, so that's not good. Oh yeah, it's very close. It's like right here. But they don't know that we're in the hidden city. So as long as we just keep on moving south, they aren't going to find us. Okay, these are a bit more armored than I was hoping. But I think I can still take these out. gladiator, but took quite a lot of damage from that. I think making it more maneuverable in combat is a good idea here. Okay, I'll definitely want to capture these cannons. Yeah, the gladiator took a lot of damage there. Again, every time you capture a save point city, you get a bunch of nuclear missiles for free. Just a bunch of A100s. Alright. Those messages could have been combined, but whatever. Okay, actually, let's land the ship so we can get a faster repair speed.
Fire reverse thrusters. Beginning final approach. 500 meters. 300 meters. 100 meters. Everyone get ready. Touchdown confirmed.
Okay, now instead of 9 hours, it's 6 hours. That's a lot better. We have just enough fuel capacity to reach the hidden city, so we're going to go there and hope we can hopefully dodge the strike group. Actually, I think right now is a good time to. Well, we just hit a save point, so I think it's a good place to end the stream. But let's see. We started all the way in Ur down here. Made it as far north as here, the hidden city. And we are like a third of the way to Kiva. So this is a roguelike game, but these missions, each playthrough is actually quite long. So I basically took all this time just to get a third of the way through. So I'm going to call it the end of the stream for today. So anyone who joined and is still watching, thank you for joining. And I might continue this, I don't know, it might be tomorrow or it might be next week, I'm not sure. But I think this is a good place to end it. Let's see, yeah, let's just exit to the main menu. Alright, thank you for joining today, and that's the end of the stream. Thank you.